Welcome friends to another r/slash malicious compliance video. Today we've got some awesome stories of compliance, and our first story of the day is from Kailash. We just need the IDs. Sure thing, boss. Our UK department had been running daily stand-up meetings at the start of each day. We'd focused the purpose of the meeting on catching bottlenecks and other issues before they happened, and cut out most of the fluff. They rarely lasted more than 5 minutes, and actually resolved issues fast. When we were bought out by a company across the pond in the USA, they wanted to have a manager sit in and listen, at first. Soon enough, our boss came up to us and said that we needed to have more detail of what we were doing every day in the meetings, as they weren't comprehensive enough. We asked why, and were stonewalled. Later that day, we all received an email from the manager. It listed exactly how we were meant to run the stand-up, including, say the task ID you've been working on, then say how long you were on it and when you expect to finish. Repeat this for each task you've been doing. We raised that this went against the spirit of the meeting. We also raised the fact that the task ID is not the name of the task, and that the US team did not have access to our task board. This was also ignored. The next day rolls around, and our entire team are waiting for what was to come. I started with my daily tasks. Yeah, so yesterday I started on UX 3854. I did this for half an hour, that task completed. I then moved on to UX 3855. I worked on it for 2 hours. I completed that. I took half an hour each on UX 3856, UX 3857, and UX 3859. The reason I did not do UX 3858 was because it was blocked by DT 4938 and DT 3837. Finally, I started UX 3860. I'm still on that today and expect to be finished by midday, after which I will start on UX 3861. I might need some help on UX 3861. Tim, can you talk to me about that after the meeting? Everyone caught on. We didn't mention any detail about what we were doing, only the task IDs. After 3 days, the US manager got the point, and we returned to our previous method. At least they got the point and reverted. It would be nice if they apologized. It would be especially nice if they learned from this. If you're taking over as a new manager in a place that you haven't really worked before, but maybe they seem to have been doing their job alright, I think it goes without saying that it's very valuable to understand how they operate and why they operate the way they do. Are you the type of person that when you're given dumb orders to follow, that you'd rather just follow through with them and allow them to figure out why it was dumb? Or would you rather just try to call it out as soon as you can? Let me know how you would feel about it in the comments down below. Our next story is from Kilted Turtle. You need more information in your weekly status report. This is back from the early days when project dashboards were becoming all the hot topic in CIO magazine. The 6 largest projects met weekly with the CIO to present current status. Meeting was an hour, but with people not being ready and the CIO always being late, we had each project not getting 10 minutes, but more like 5 to 6. So I condensed my slides down to 4 to get through it. I was also aware that I was first, so I wanted to get done and let the other project managers get their time in. Most of the others had the same number. One week, the CIO gushes about dashboards that they had read about in a leading magazine and how he wanted our meeting to start displaying more data. All of the project managers roll their eyes. He takes up half the meeting about this, so it was a rush to get the project status in. I go first, do my 4 slides. CIO goes, "See? OP slides are a good example of how more data would be helpful. 4 is not enough to get the full view of the project. Let's see a comprehensive dashboard next week." Next week, I am all set. I've created a massive deck of all the stats I could find and create. They were all time series on the x-axis, but most had 2 y-axis values to be able to overlay the data. My personal favorite was actual work hours, effort minus meetings, against system loads as a percent, showing that when people were working, the dev environment was busy, and confirming that the nightly full build and automated testing was actually running after midnight. Handy to know to make sure we had the capacity, but pretty useless at a CIO level status. All of them were a hefty pack of 50 slides. Meeting starts, I'm first, and I go through the slides. At 30 minutes in, the CIO goes, "How many more slides do you have?" "Just a few more on the dashboard you requested, sir." I continue on for another 15 minutes. Soon, OP? Yes, sir, just 4 more. And I presented the slides that I'd used for the last few months. OP, these last slides are perfect. Let's just stick to them for the next week. They then ended the meeting. We never heard about dashboards again. Sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, it's really fun to be just blown up with all of these statistics and numbers and oddities, metrics, progressions, whatever you could possibly just sink your teeth into. But then you realize it's no fun if you have to actually go through all of it. You want to just kind of fool around and look around it. You don't want to sit through a 75-page PowerPoint on each individual thing, especially not weekly. By the way, if you're enjoying these stories, make sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons down below so you never miss any of my daily videos. Our next story is from Abyssian Sky. You determine my work time by the phone log? Then I will too. I was working for a company that had recently had some rapid turnover of managers and people. I worked for one of the 2 customer service departments. My department handles service calls and the other department handles incoming orders. We'd been without a manager for several months and we're doing pretty well. Our new manager comes on board and wants to change things up and use fairly useless metrics to judge things. I'd been at the company for many years at that point, so I could do the work in either department without a problem. On days I was scheduled to work the later shift 1 through 9, I would come in a couple of hours early to help enter orders for the other team. Because of the loss of people, this was really needed. One of the days I was in early, my new manager took me aside to talk. She told me how she appreciated me coming in early to help, but there was an issue. I was logging into the phone queue after my starting time. She showed me a report that I'd logged into the phone late several times, usually a minute or 2, but there was one time I was 7 minutes late. I explained that I'm usually in the building on time or early, but don't usually log into the phone if I get distracted by a question or if I'm in early entering orders. She told me late was late and the phone log was her determining factor. Going forward after that, I stopped coming in early and focused on logging in on time. I wouldn't talk work with anyone until I logged into the phone. About a week went by before the manager noticed that I wasn't coming in early anymore and asked me about it. I told her that I didn't want anything distracting me and keeping me from logging in on time. She was pissed, but couldn't do anything about it. She continued to micromanage our departments until half of my department went to a direct competitor and named her as the reason they were leaving. She lasted 2 days after that. I mean, I imagine it's not really the workers' concerns to report to even higher management what exactly is going on here. And maybe you could say this is the fault of the even higher management for not paying attention to anything that's going on below them. Because you would think that maybe they would take notice of this before they just bled all of their workers to the point where in 2 days' time you decide you need to fire a manager. It's definitely the manager's fault for being an awful manager, but where's the people who are supposed to keep the manager accountable at? Our next story is from TPB772000. If I get penalized for 1 day, then I'll be out for 3. The maliciousness is small but has a great personality. So recently I posted about my malicious compliance that I was involved in back in high school at Ingalls. I've since graduated high school and college and now work a different job. The job I'm currently working isn't the best atmosphere, and a lot of people don't like it for various reasons. It's very obvious, like most places, that they don't care about you and treat you as a number. Well, about a month ago I got sick, allergies and changing weather, which typically happens this time of year for me. I missed a day of work, and because it wasn't scheduled UTO or PTO, I had to take an occurrence, which basically is a point against me, and if I get to 5, I'll face disciplinary action all the way from a write-up to termination. This number resets on the anniversary of you starting. Well, I'm the only programmer because the previous programmer quit. Well, when I missed that day, I received an occurrence. Came to work because my supervisor needed me to show a company who bought our old machine how I programmed it. I still didn't feel 100% but was no longer running a fever, so I obliged. Big mistake. By the end of my 12-hour shift, I felt like crap and felt worse. I told my supervisor and he said, well, take tomorrow off, but it'll be another occurrence. This kind of pissed me off because due to their rules, you can miss 3 days in a row and it's only 1 occurrence. But if you miss Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and go to work Tuesday, Thursday, that's 3 separate occurrences because you came back. So I said screw that and came to work the next day feeling sick but not getting another occurrence. I could have used unpaid time off or paid time off, but I'd recently came to pass my 90 days and maybe had 4 hours of both, which wouldn't cover my shift anyways. So fast forward to the present, as in a week ago, and I probably got a stomach bug. My immune system is not that good and my wife works in pediatrics, so she's always bringing me new things to help try and build my immune system. So the week that I got the stomach bug, we got a new machine to replace the old one we sold to another company. A representative came out to train the operators and show the new software. Unfortunately, that morning he came, I had my head in a toilet. So I called out, which now makes it my 2nd occurrence. The next day, still not feeling the best, I didn't go to work, still only 1 occurrence. The 3rd day, I really could have went to work, but after 2 days of feeling like crap, I really wanted to get rest and be well recovered. So I come back on the 4th day to find out that they had to pay this representative a good bit of money to keep him here until I came back, so I could learn the new software, which made my boss, the plant manager, mad. He actually came to me and asked why I was sick for 3 days, and was it really 3 days of sickness? I told him the truth. I could have come back 1 day to get the training, but was afraid the next day I would have had to have missed, which means I would get 2 occurrences. So instead, I took the safe route and gave my body 3 full days of recovery so I don't risk it. This obviously made him upset, and now him and my supervisor are aware if I'm out sick, it will always be 3 days, if I can afford it reasonably. He even tried to pull, well, we're a family around here card. But that changes nothing in my eyes. The company I work for is owned by another company that owns 14 other companies like us. They're the ones that control 99% of the rules, so by me doing this, the plant manager has no way of stopping me. Corporate would have to pass a new rule. I also, starting January, will receive enough unpaid time off and paid time off to cover a sick day here and there, as well as get a long weekend of paid vacation. You know how I know that working in this company that you have to look out for yourself? It's because they use that awful phrase, well, we're a family around here. You know what that means? It means they want you to bend over backwards and give them so much extra free labor and not complain, not feel entitled to a cent more, show up when you're feeling your worst but you could still technically get your job done. I think it's almost guaranteed if a company tells you that, a manager says, we're like a family. That's how you know they actually don't care about you. Wouldn't you guys agree? Let me know in the comments. And our final story of the day is from Chaotic Ridiculous. Don't touch the tomatoes? Okay, there'll be none. This happened to my mother recently. For context, the neighbor and her have driveways that are side by side with a small patch of dirt/gravel and weeds. Between that is basically no man's land and it's just there. It's about 1.5 feet wide, runs the length of the driveway, and no one really takes care of it, leaving it as a border. My mom also has plenty of tomatoes growing in the backyard, including cherry tomatoes that are a favorite of crows, stealing, and other birds. Now, this spot was a favorite for birds to drop tomatoes or pick them apart, because there were no dogs, while there are in the backyard or main yards. At least that's how my mom tells it. Eventually the seeds sprout and there's small tomato plants starting to grow. Noticing them, my mom begins to water them regularly as she waters her front yard plants, as she has to walk by them with the hose anyways. This leads to cherry tomato plants sprouting and becoming incredibly fruitful between the driveways. After a while, they were disappearing, and my mom figured it was a combination of the birds and the wife of the neighbor couple because she was home all day. My mom didn't care because these were just chance tomatoes. She had plenty in the backyard garden, and it was just nice to have something more than dirt and gravel between the driveways. All was dandy until my mom went to grab a few to snack on while working in the front yard, and the woman next door confronted her. She told my mother that those were not her tomatoes and she needed to leave them alone. The neighbor woman continued that the patch of dirt and gravel was on her property, not my mother's, though our water meter was in it, and ultimately it was like a 50-50 split if you even cared to look, which when it was just nothing, no one cared to. So rather than argue with her, my mom said it was fine, and she left them alone. A few weeks later, they started to dry up and die without the frequent watering from my mom, eventually ending in the dirt and gravel patch, becoming just that again. I just don't understand how, if this neighbor lady was home all the time, that they couldn't recognize that OP's mom watering them was what was making these things sprout and grow. Did they think that these chance tomatoes were just growing ripe and proud and big all on their own with no interference? I mean, I suppose it could happen, but it's not very likely. I'm less kind of curious about how the neighbor felt after the plants died. Like, I wonder if they would ever have an accusation where they were like, oh, OP's mom killed the plants on purpose, when in reality they just left them alone exactly as they said. My failure to plan is now your problem. So I work in customer service in the automotive industry. As part of the services we offer guests, we perform a state-mandated car inspection so people can register their car with the state. It's a simple process that can take about 15 minutes if you book an appointment with us. But every month, we get flooded with people who forgot to do the inspection on the last week of each month. It is a mad dash for last-minute appointments to fit people in before they're late. Now, we don't make money off of this type of service. In fact, it's a state-set fee, and we realistically lose money doing these inspections on labor cost. I preface this to state that doing these state inspections does not benefit my shop, but we do it because it helps our customers. Front door opens to a male Karen coming in on a Friday afternoon midday. This distinguished gentleman, we'll call him Tim, walks in at around 1 p.m. in the afternoon and slaps his keys on the countertop, informing my front counter teammate that he needs an inspection now. Now, understand that even though all of our appointments were booked up days ago, we will still bend over backwards to help someone out. We totally get that things don't always go according to plan in life, so we do what we can to help. That is, as long as you're a nice person. When you start trying to dictate how we're going to help you, that doesn't fly in my store. Tim decided that today he was going to do exactly that. After we advised him that he can either wait almost 2 hours to try to work him into a slot as we process our already scheduled appointments, or book an appointment for him next week. Tim let us know that booking an appointment the following week after the deadline was not an option for him. But he's got time right now, so he's going to generously give us 2 hours of his time, and we need to figure out how to get him in. Cue malicious compliance. I stepped in to take over the conversation for my front counter staff, who have been dealing with him up until now. Okay, sir, we're happy to help. I'll get your keys out to the technician. You just have a seat and make yourself comfortable. Immediately, I walked the keys out to my technician with explicit instructions. After explaining to my tech that Tim is acting like a dirty trash can full of poop, I gave the express instructions that we will not even touch his vehicle until 2 hours have passed. Mind you, as Tim sits in the lobby stewing, I have the pleasure of servicing several other customers who set their appointments days ahead of time. 15 minutes here, 20 minutes there, and even a 7-minute inspection for an all-electric car. Things are flowing so smoothly for all of the appointments who did things the right way, and it's showing on Tim's face. After the first hour, Tim has finally had the courage to speak up. I really appreciate y'all trying to work me in, but do you know how long it's going to be? No, Tim, you don't get to be nice now and try to expedite your vehicle. You don't get to be nasty to my staff and still get your way. Sorry, Tim, we're still trying to get it fit in. Like I said, about 2 hours before we can see the truck. Mind you, the lobby's totally empty and all customers have already been serviced early. It's perfect. Fast forward another hour, and his multiple attempts to make small talk to amend his horrible manners and treatment to one of my staffers, and his car's finally being brought into the shop bays. Then, moments later, my technician walks into the lobby with a giddy smile. Boss, his truck needs wipers to pass inspection. They're torn and fail the vehicle. Passing on this wonderful news to Tim, he agrees to have the tech install some, because he of course did not bring any of his own. At this point, I feel quite satisfied that Tim's learned his lesson with a little additional help from the universe in him needing to also replace wiper blades. But apparently the universe was not quite done teaching Tim a lesson. His car still failed the inspection. The last part of the test is run by a computer that reads the internal control modules of the car. It's a totally automated process that can't be tampered or affected by the inspector. The only thing that can interfere is if the car had the battery replaced and those control modules have been reset. But that's exactly what Tim did. Hours before coming to see me, he replaced the battery and cleared those exact modules. So at the end of the day, Tim was his own worst enemy and failed his own car, having to book an appointment for the following week. But with a little help from the universe, he hopefully learned a very valuable lesson: that service workers are not your slaves, and to always tip your waiters. A little bit of kindness to customer service people and desk reps can really go a long way. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? Don't want to pay me for my work? Alright, I'll undo it. I'm naming the company name because I've had many issues with them and everyone should be warned. So, have to say this first, beware of working for the delivery service Shipt. Today, I picked up an order for delivery. It had gone promo, money added on Shipt. It was for a delivery in a town that's 15 minutes from the store of purchase. Alright, not too bad for $16, especially since I live within 10 minutes of the town I was delivering to. I take it. I go to the store, receive the groceries, and I'm on my merry way. I send a text to the customer that I'm on my way and will reach them before so-and-so time. No response. So I give a quick call. It does a weird thing and ends. Doesn't even go to voicemail. Whatever. I sent them a text. Get to the house, knock, no answer, leave the bag outside the door and walk away. I make it to my car, start said car. Woman pokes her head out of the porch door as I'm about to leave. "You were very lovely, woman on porch. Thank you for your kindness." Waves me down looking highly confused. So I unfortunately stop the car and get out. The woman asks what this is. "Why, your order, ma'am," I say, looking all happy. "I didn't order anything," she says. "Oh no. Did anyone else in the house?" "Nope." "Oh no. So there's a wrong address on the delivery. I've never dealt with this before, and I have to leave to catch a movie with friends in 30 minutes. Cue me going door to door at each house on that small street while reaching out to Shipt support and while trying to call the customer again. Does the same weird thing with the phone. I give up on that. Proceed to knock on doors. Nope, nobody's. Alright, Shipt's suggestion? Just drive back and return it. No, Shipt, I'm a delivery contractor. I'm not a volunteer, nor am I a charity. I'm hired by you to fulfill deliveries. As far as I'm concerned, I have delivered to the address on file. I'm not reaching into my bank account to correct someone else's mistake. For the total extra 30-minute round trip, I'll need $10 on top of the initial pay. Thanks, gas, for being so expensive. No, they say, we'll give you $8.10. No, I say, I have plans in now 10, which should have been 30, mind you, minutes that I will now miss. $8.10 will not cover the gas and wear and tear for the extra 30 minutes. I will need no less than $10 or I'll leave them on the curb of the noted delivery address, 580 Blinking Street and duck off. We'll give you $5 and can't do any more than that, they say. Wait, I say, $5 on top of the additional $8.10 to make it $13.10 on top of what I'm being paid, or just $5? I wanted everything in writing specifically because I knew Shipt was going to do exactly what they did next. They say, oh yes, $13.10, but we can't do any more, they say. Fine, I'm returning it to the store now, I say. I go to the store, do the whole return process, get in contact with Shipt as they directed me to, with the requested information. I get a message on my phone from Shipt to the effect of, your order's been canceled and $20.80 issued to your account. What? I contact Shipt, say I'm confused, say it looks as though they were only giving me $5 on top of the original order payment, when they said I would be compensated $13.10. I was told, oh, we won't give you any more than $5. But you already said. Is there someone else I can speak to? They say, nope, $5, take it or leave it. Alright, fine. Don't want to pay me the agreed upon wage? That's a breach of contract, meaning you never actually paid me for this return. So, what did I do? I marched right back into the store, asked the worker who had taken the return what she had done with it, snatched the bag up, strode up to a manager, informed them of what had happened, and told them that since I wasn't being paid to return the groceries, I would be taking them back to the last place I was contracted and paid to deliver them, 580 Blanking Street in Duck Off. Told him if he wanted to be recompensated for the groceries, he could charge shipped, as they were not willing to pay to have them returned. I messaged shipped from my car informing them of this and gave them 30 minutes. Yep, plans definitely ruined. It's now 2 hours later to rescind their rescission and pay me what they actually agreed to and owed me. I had to reach out 2 separate times because the first girl, despite me being very polite, would not go to anyone else, such as management, to ask for an exception to this policy, considering they had literally told me they would pay me more. Actually had the gall to ask if I had taken items I'd returned, and all I had to say in response was, "Did you pay me to return them?" The second girl was much more helpful, reached out to her team to see if anything could be done. Shipped still wouldn't be swayed, but I thanked her profusely for at least trying. So in the end, they said they wouldn't do any more than $5. I told them, alright, I reject that offer. Just pay me for the original delivery because $5.80 is where they'll be. You can pay another shipped shopper $15 to come get them. I drove back, it was on my way home, dropped them off, and left. I'm not a charity, I don't work for free, and I certainly don't pay to work. I'm going to be messaging ShopRite Corporate directly, along with the New Jersey Labor Board, because this isn't the first issue with the wages I've had with Shipped, and honestly, ShopRite should seek compensation from them. Have fun paying for the more than $13.10 of groceries that are now rotting on the curb, Shipped. Side note, to anyone who may say, you're being entitled. No, I'm not. It is not entitled to expect an agreed upon wage. It's extortion to expect me to work for less than agreed. Imagine you accepted an order from a delivery service, fulfilled that obligation, and suddenly they decided to pay you less than half for that completed order. Or you're working a job and they suddenly cut your pay without any notice or agreement upon your part. As I explained to them, I never would have returned the groceries for $5 because it wasn't my mistake. Plus, I would have returned them no problem if it had been, and I would be paying to return them, plus the missed plans, plus the lost time. So no, I'm no way in the wrong, and I don't care what anyone who thinks otherwise has to say. Honestly, I think this is one of the downfalls of having services like this, because if this is a company where you're regularly paying your employees like a normal functioning business, it's the kind of thing where the business just eats that cost. But when you're essentially contracting these people and then expect them to eat the cost themselves in any way, or, do additional work which is driving the whole way back and returning those items, it just doesn't really work well unless you're really willing to eat those costs as a business. That said, our final story of the day is you're gonna need to repeat that back to me, double malicious compliance. Hey y'all, it's Drive-Thru OP again. I'll start off by saying this, if you ever feel petty enough to ruin a drive-thru person's day at work, ask them to repeat the order back. This isn't because it takes too long or it's difficult, so much as it is insulting to our intelligence. I still do it with a smile, mostly, but not this evening. When a car drives in the drive-thru, it sets the sensor off instantly and we hear everything everyone in the car says. My headset beeps, I greet the customer and I hear, oh sweet, mellow yellow peach. I ask whether he wants a small, medium, or large. They say, no butthead, not you. How about you pay attention? Enter malicious compliance number 1. I'll pay attention alright. In the meantime, I tell him to let me know when he's ready. He orders in the most convoluted way possible, insulting me directly in between every other item. I even do him the favor of making his items a combo, because I've learned that, when in doubt, err towards nice. He then stops me as I'm about to say the total. Look dude, you're gonna need to repeat that back to me, I know you messed that crap up. He had a very rude tone the whole way, which I'm learning to be better at picking up one in my twilight years, 46. Enter malicious compliance part 2, which unlocks part 1. Time to employ my memory and voice acting skills. You got it, sir. In my California surfer, Keanu Reeves voice, dude, sweet, mellow yellow peach. I then go back to my voice for my parts, small, medium, or large. No butthead, not you. Well, let me know when you're ready. Okay, man, I want a bacon burger, a big one. Which burger, sir? We have... Look, dummy, a bacon burger. I keep going back and forth, switching between exaggerating and insulting California dude crush voice and my regular voice. Each of the 5 times he called me a name in the transcript I make in my voice, so it's me insulting him with his own words. My manager Bruce jumped behind the ice machine to laugh his butt off in full support of my churlishness. I repeated like 98% of the convo verbatim, right up to the request to repeat it back to me. He finally says, "You know what, goodbye and go freak yourself." I say, "Have a nice evening," and wave to a man who was in the process of running his tire, just to make a gesture with his hands towards me as he unsuccessfully passes the drive-through window. I couldn't have planned it any better. He seriously popped his tire as he hopped the right curb. The best part? The 2 family nuggets he ordered, 50 nuggets for $11.99, didn't have to be made. Bruce was happier than any of us about this, as the cost to the company was so great. This guy disappeared into a flurry of yellow lights, clinking chains, and customers with carfuls of food. Hopefully, never to be heard from again. See, I already wouldn't be rude to a lot of people, but I think the last people you want to be rude to is a worker making your food at a fast food chain. Because let's be real, if there's ever going to be a situation where somebody does actually spit in your food because you were being a total jerk to a fast food burger joint worker, is probably pretty high up there on that list. Yeah, you guys take care of it. This is yet another entry into my fast food chronicles. I believe this is one of the first times I'm writing about people I rarely see, day shift. There was once a time I knew very little about day shift, but one day I got to appreciate the different requirements. Not more, not less, just different. I covered for a week for the boss. Fodder for later. So a month passes by, I'm back to my usual nighttime drive-through duties, and the crew and I are noticing that we're doing way more work than usual. We're coming into our shift to a dirty, horrible, unstocked mess. Every night we come in, we say something to Alberto, the store manager. He says that he'll have a talk with them. It changed for literally a day, then back to the usual mess of extra piles of dishes, garbage bags full of morning garbage, just absolute unsanitary bedlam. One day, I come in a couple hours early to cover for the front counter. It's this time that I run into Scott, the day shift supervisor, the man whose court dates, daughter names, and ex-wives' names are things everybody knows, and not because any of us asked. The man who has a twang in his voice for no reason. He's from Ohio, the bane of my existence. I let him know that his crew keeps leaving us with extra work. This isn't our first conversation, so I kept the conversation hyper-focused. He quips back, "Yeah, how about you guys take care of it? Y'all do the same crap." We very don't. Want us to take care of it? We'll take care of it. Enter malicious compliance. I know for a fact that the next AM, Alberto will be making his orders. I decided to take every bag of garbage, every unwashed dish, every unflattened box, and make a collection of it. The rest of the crew helps me with this, and I even reject a few donations to the pile because it's a dish we're going to use too. Dirty egg cooker cups, the works, we add to this monstrosity. I put it on the front of the front door, inside the restaurant, but you can walk in without moving boxes. I leave a note saying, "Scott says night crew needs to take care of all of this." Done. Now, what I hadn't planned on was that this particular order or count was something that the GM was here for, and the GM was the first to see it. I wasn't there to see his reaction, but I was very surprised that not only did I still have a job, but Scott lost his. Technically a demotion, but he wasn't the day shift go-to anymore. All of a sudden, things got better. And over the time, I found out that it was all the dirty egg cookers that set the GM off. I mean, I know it's a fast food place, but I'm honestly surprised people allowed this to happen for as long as they did. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is doing my job. Okay, I'm really quite terrible at recounts, so I'll try to keep this quite brief. Basically, I was working casually for a pizza chain, the one that you can't out pizza, and I had to call out for a shift to go to the hospital as I was the victim of some domestic violence and injured my arm. The managers were fine with it, although out of the 4 I spoke to, none of them asked if I was okay, but that's a different matter. I went to the hospital and the doctor looked at it and just put a band-aid over the wounds in my arm and said not to do any heavy lifting and use my arm as little as possible for a couple of days. I questioned whether he could just glue the wound or stitch it, but he refused. I have no idea why it 100% needed to be glued, and my regular doctor said much the same when I showed the injuries to him nearly 2 weeks later as they still hadn't healed. But after I got to my house from the hospital, I rang my store manager and told him I would only be able to do light duties for a couple of weeks, knowing the doctor at the hospital was wrong. And he said that wasn't a problem and that he appreciated that I was still willing to work. Anyways, I went back to work 2 days after the injuries occurred. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have been going to work, but I needed the money and I wasn't going to have any otherwise. As soon as I got there, the manager, not the store manager, let's call them Tammy, told me I would be on dispatch, cutting and boxing all of the pizzas and sides. I apologized and explained that I wouldn't be able to do that as the pans can get quite heavy, and the doctor had asked me to not use that arm. I also showed her the bandage I had my arm wrapped in. Tammy asked why I even came to work then, and I explained that I told the store manager about my circumstances and they'd been happy for me to do light duties. Tammy rolled her eyes and told me to answer the phones and serve customers instead, which I was happy to do. We got quite busy and dishes started to pile up, and Tammy told me to get on wash-up. I reminded her of my arm and suggested it probably wasn't a good idea to put a fresh wound that was still bleeding slightly in water that was being used to clean dishes. Tammy rolled her eyes and said she was going to the office and she would be back in 20 minutes and that I'd better have done all the dishes and put them away. I tried to explain that I wouldn't be able to lift the fresh out of the oven pans into the sink to wash, but she ignored me and said that my arm couldn't be that bad or the doctor would have glued the wound or given me stitches, and that she wanted the work done. Cue the malicious compliance. I started doing the dishes and was very careful to only lift an amount that I could handle with one hand, despite it not being very safe. 10 minutes later, Tammy yelled out that I wasn't moving fast enough and that I need to use 2 hands. So I lifted up a larger pile that I could usually carry quite easily with 2 hands, but in this case, my arm went numb and I dropped them and in reflex tried to catch them, which completely busted the wounds open and blood started dripping everywhere. I quickly bandaged my arm again and cleaned up the blood, but one of the customers had started yelling that I needed help. Tammy came and told me to move out of her way. She then spent the rest of the night cleaning the dishes as the store manager had checked the cameras and seen me doing the dishes and told her they needed to be redone with clean water. And I continued doing the light duties I'd been assigned to, aside from a number of admin tasks that I normally did, which she for some reason refused to allow me to do. I found out later Tammy didn't go home until 1 a.m. and kept 2 other staff there to help her when we closed at 10 because she wasn't able to get to her work, plus the work she refused to let me do, done on time. This story's crazy and all, but I just hope OP's in a good spot now. I mean, I'm sure OP kind of glanced over the domestic violence mention, but I hope they're doing well. That said, if somebody is clearly hurt, even without a doctor's note, you should have some kind of compassion. They should be impressed that somebody's even showing up to a pizza chain in that condition. Our next story is my dad's cousin's ex. Let me tell you a story about my dad's cousin. She's in her late 70s, early 80s. Well, she was married to a super high up of some big company. They had 2 kids but had a wonderful prenup. It was ironclad, where if they divorced, she got nothing but what was acquired during marriage, and he paid child support. If she cheated, she forfeits everything but child support. If he cheated, he had to pay her alimony and child support until she got remarried. No matter what she made, it was set that she got $5,000 a month alimony. After the kids were 18, her alimony went down to $2,500 if she was still unmarried. The man was loaded. Well, he cheated and she got proof. Actually, his boss caught him and liked her, so he told her, even testified to it. Plus, he didn't deny it in court. He was having an affair with his young secretary, so she got alimony and child support. Well, years later, after she finished cosmetology school, she ended up opening her own hair salon in the South. She has a lot in those upscale assisted living facilities, so now she's also loaded. She drives a super cute red convertible Mercedes. Well, they divorced when she was 30. She's still never remarried. He's still paying alimony. She's had a serious boyfriend for 30 years, but she said just despite the ex, she won't remarry unless he dies. So he's been married more than 4 times, but no matter what, because of his prenup he insisted on, she still gets that $2,500 a month. Well, for at least 40 to 45 years so far, he's been paying. She said after what he did to her, making her give up her dreams and sign a prenup, she was going to make him pay. She did eventually go finish school and follow her dreams after her kids were grown. She has. She's the nicest person too. His other wives got nowhere near that. He made sure his prenup granted them nothing but child support. Also, her boyfriend and her don't live together. They've been neighbors for years. They both want their own space. He also has his own money. She doesn't even need her ex's money, just puts it in an account for her grandkids' colleges. She also likes to donate some to women's shelters. She donates it in his name, so he gets notifications or notes that money was donated in his name. She said the day he dies, she and her boyfriend will go to the courthouse. Everyone in the family knows, and every time we see her, my father laughs and says, "So, the ex still alive and paying?" Do you guys believe in prenups? Like, if somebody does have a good chunk of assets or is making a good chunk of money, should the relationship be so good that it's just not necessary? Should it not be seen as a shameful thing if somebody wants to have a prenup before they get married? If somebody says that they will not get married unless they have a prenup, is that a huge red flag and a sign that you shouldn't go forward? I'd like to know what you guys think. This next story is cancellation fee? My work, yes, the same job where I reported those emails, used to rent their printers from a printer company and they sucked. We paid over $2,400 a month for just the 8 LaserJet printers, no toner, no supplies, and we had so many issues, network issues, paper and toner issues, and every month we would have to shell out money for one of their technicians to come out and fix their junk. We paid that for over 8 years until we went over the numbers and found out it would be cheaper to buy our own machines. So I called them to end the rental. They did the average spiel, "What can we do to make you stay?" And they were desperate. They said that I would need to pay a small cancellation fee to end my contract. Expires 6/24/2023. The next day, I have an invoice on my desk for $11,296.34 for the cancellation fee. I called them and they gave me a super unclear answer on why it's this amount. I look into this contract we signed 8 years ago and it said that if we cancel within 14 days, we would incur no cancellation charge and receive a refund for that month if the printers were in packaging. So I call them and ask to be upgraded to their top-of-the-range package. And I would like all of my old, bad, stupid printers taken away and to get top-of-the-line new printers. The total per month was like $8,900 a month, and in this new contract I signed for this new package, the no cancellation charge within 14 days clause was still there. I convinced my financial manager for me to try to gamble $8,900 so we can save $11,000. Worst case, we save $3,000 on a cancellation fee. Best case, we save $11,000. They said that in 3 days, my old printers will be taken. Then next week, we can choose models. The day comes and the printers have been taken. The next day, I called this printer company and say I would like to cancel my contract and it's been under 14 days. Out of luck, I get connected to the same person I was talking to about getting these new printers. It took me around 2 hours, but they finally canceled it and they didn't have to pay a fee. They were totally confused and probably pissed. Hey, if you're gonna give somebody that's been in a contract with you for 8 years a hard time, that hard of a time to get out of the contract, I say it's fair game. This company was totally loyal to you, and you try to screw them over on the way out. If I was in any kind of job position where I had influence on who you contract with or who you work with for printing stuff, I'd be spreading bad words about this company around all over the place. Just a horrendously predatory charge. That said, our final story of the day is, you want 70? Okay, 1, 2, 3. So, not mine, but the one that was done to my dear sister. My sister buys these fish to feed in my brother-in-law's pet fish. She goes into the pet store and says she would like 70 of the little guys. So the net goes in and right into the bag. Well, my sister looks and goes, "That's not 70. So the store employee looks at my sister and goes, "Okay," and dumps the little guys back into the tank. Then proceeds to initiate malicious compliance. One in the net and into the bag, grabs another in the net and now two in the bag. Another customer shows up and looks puzzled as the employee's now on a 7 count. Yep, gives my sister a look and says, "Is he for real?" Sister could do nothing but shrug and say yes, knowing this was all on her. Sister gets 70 fish, looks at the bag and bows head defeated as she now realizes the first bag had more than 70. Wasted her time, the employee's time, and those of the other customers waiting for help. On the way out, the manager, seeing my sister clearly disturbed, asked her what was wrong. She just told the manager that she was in a hurry to get home. No complaint was made. She told us she knew she messed up, but couldn't complain about it either. The employee of the pet store is my hero. Yes, sister realized she messed up big time. We all laughed as she was telling the story both at her and the awesome malicious compliance. So from the way this story went down and from what I'm seeing in the comments, the common sentiment is if you're going to like a fish store or a bait shop and you're ordering a bulk of something that would be otherwise incredibly tedious to count out, you probably should just go ahead and take the approximation because apparently most places will probably give you more than they would be giving you less. And it makes total sense because if you're a customer ordering 70 of something from a store and they give you a few extra on top, that's only going to serve to bring you back in the next time you want 70 more, right? Like I bet this sister was ashamed, but I bet they know that they want to go there next time, right? Cost of $40 per month is too expensive for the accounts team. My work involves analyzing all kinds of data. This instance occurred around the time when our company was somewhat new, but still large enough to have 150 employees and rapidly growing. So far, our data analysis had been retail companies, travel agencies, or even the housing market. For the first time, we received a request to analyze health data from 5 hospitals in our area. The health data is very sensitive, so the raw data itself and the analytical result could not be shared via email or Dropbox. For the first time, my team gets to see that sensitive companies go through channels that have a lot of security to share the data between us and the client. These channels cost money, but nothing too expensive, which our organization couldn't afford. Something like $40 per month. 4 out of the 5 hospitals have this data sharing channel, which meant that my team was able to receive the raw data and also be able to provide the analysis via the same channel. The 5th hospital was new, and they didn't have this channel. Either our company or the 5th hospital needed to have this channel. So I raised a request with the accounts team to purchase this channel, and it's denied. Myself and my manager both raised it again and also discussed it with the accounts supervisor, and it's approved verbally, but declined on the system once again after 2 weeks. We try again for the 3rd time after discussing it with the higher accounts manager, and still no approval at the end to buy this channel. It's declined, and we've been told it's the hospital's responsibility to share the data. And if we reach the hospital, they'll ask us to reach the health ministry, which then asks us to get in touch with the local member of parliament, etc. So just a lot of bureaucracy that I shouldn't be managing. While this entire request of data sharing is being worked on, the time for us to receive and analyze this data is running out. We're waiting only on a single hospital's data, which is ready to be sent to us, but only via an appropriate channel. So I've had enough. I find out from the health ministry email response while working on getting the hospital to buy the data sharing system that the data can also be shared practically. Specifically, if I was to take a USB with me to get the data physically at the hospital and also return the output to the hospital the same way, this practical data sharing capability is deemed entirely safe. And that's what I started to do. Every Monday, I drive 30 minutes to the hospital at 11 a.m., go to their admin team to retrieve the data in my USB, and then drive back to my work, reaching at 1 p.m. Then I go have lunch at 1 p.m. I repeat the same task again with our analytical output on Thursday. Our contract is to analyze the health data for the whole year. After doing this for 3 weeks, one of the upper management people, whose office is opposite my desk, starts to think that I've been taking a very long time for lunch, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., He comes to my desk and asks if everything's okay and why I was away from my desk for 4 hours. I tell him the whole story. He is not happy at all. The cost of that data sharing system is nothing compared to the cost of paying my salary while I physically collect the data every single time. He puts the accounts team into their place by finding out that they approve of this system verbally each time and then deny it every time after a few weeks. And literally that day, we have the system all purchased and then installed overnight. Although I do miss the bi-weekly travel while listening to music to only do a copy and paste of files into and out of a USB drive. Honestly, if I was in OP's shoes, I'd be pissed. This is like the perfect start to the day. You get to just chill, take a drive, listen to music. You kind of just chill for 4 hours and then start your job finally at 2 p.m. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, what is it with takeovers and colorblind management? Reading a few stories here, and I immediately think of how this year went for me. A bit of context, I worked for the same company for the last 20 years, and recently started thinking about options. I had a second job which I really enjoyed, and did really for fun and for a little bit of cash to spend on boys' toys. It was never going to pay my mortgage. Over the COVID pandemic, we were all sent to work from home. And you know what? It worked. Most folks on the team got more done and had a significantly better work-life balance. Right at the start though, the company was taken over, and that was the start of 2 years of changes. The first was an attempt to cut everyone's pay by 10% because COVID. The company is in online payments, and COVID was a real money spinner for them. The CEO and CTO bragged that they gave up their salary for 6 months to sweeten the 10% pay cut. What they didn't do was give up their bonuses or options, and they did really well out of that. Top tip for CEOs or CTOs in Fortune 500 companies, your salary packages are posted publicly. We knew what you got. Roll the clock forward to the summer. The CTO and CEO are awarded a huge pay raise to compensate for the time they gave up their salary. At the same time, staff were told that there was no pay raise forthcoming for them, as there wasn't the money to do it. They also cut long service awards, so my expected service bonus evaporated. Then they had a town hall meeting, and there was a lot of heated discussions on pay and the cuts to the recognition scheme. Then came the sledgehammer. Everyone had to switch back to working in the office. There was an option for continued home working, but that would require a reduction in salary to reflect the savings made in commuting and time spent commuting. I asked what other options were on the table and was told that I could always look for another job. The timing of that was perfect. I'd been looking into other options for increasing my work in my second job, and I was told that I could have as many hours as I wanted. I made the call as soon as we left the town hall, asked to go on full-time hours, and got approved immediately. The following Monday, we all had to go into the office full-time again. I walked in, logged into the network, and I handed in my notice. Here's where the fun really kicked in. We were asked to give 3 months notice, but if you gave 1 month, there was no legal recourse. I also carried over quite a lot of vacation from the previous years and had 8 weeks to take. I gave the month's notice and requested a month of my vacation immediately. There was a sharp intake of breath and a very shocked face from my manager, and the sudden realization I was out of the door that day. If you're going to tell someone to just look for another job, don't be surprised when they already have one. You also should have a plan B in case a person leaving was due to meet with a client later that week. Although it's really nice to hear how OP got out of this situation, I'm reading this and I'm thinking to myself, you know what? It sounds kind of par for the course in a Fortune 500 company. I mean, the bottom line is they want workers to work for the least possible amount where they can at least continue to churn workers as much as possible. I mean, look at Amazon, for example. They've done it so harshly that there's some areas where they're running out of people that they can even hire because they've churned through all of the possible workers. The real kicker is they give you a great salary to start off with, like, $19, $20 an hour. And then the longer you work there, your wage actually starts decreasing. That said, our next story is, vote with my feet? Don't mind if I do. In my old role, compliance for a financial institution, we used to be split into two groups, investigations and alerts. Alerts did the first level of processing of items that came in and then determined whether they should be escalated for further review, sent to investigations, or closed out. Alerts was expected to get through 8 to 15-ish items per day, depending on referral channel and other factors, while investigations was lucky in some areas to get through 2 per day. Some cases could take days or weeks to do. I worked in investigations, specifically within Treasury, which was considered the most complex area. And I primarily dealt with the high scrutiny/high complexity items, like law enforcement referrals. I was also the main trainer for Treasury, particularly complex cases, and had created all of the training materials and processes. Additionally, I worked as the point of contact/representative on the procedures management group, so I knew them inside and out. What it boils down to is that I made myself the keystone species of the department, albeit inadvertently. As it happens with any organization, there was an ebb and flow of employees in our area, but for the most part we stuck around because we were treated fairly, enjoyed our work, and had senior leadership who actually tried to understand what we did and why we did it. We weren't dealing with people who thought they knew better and who would make arbitrary decisions for the sake of implementing change and saying that they did something. Sure, it wasn't perfect, but it worked pretty well. That all changed when they decided to merge alerts and investigations together and make everyone do everything. Things went downhill quite quickly, especially because the leadership that was given control was from alerts. As far as they were concerned, a case is a case is a case. It's not, and you should be able to get through all things quickly. You can't, and they're all created equally. They aren't. They put undue pressure on folks to get through the caseload far faster than feasible, if you do it right anyway, and removed all specialization, which made it incredibly difficult to get in the groove of the work because different areas had different expectations and procedures. To add to that, they promoted people who had no business being elevated, Peter Principle anyone, and ignored tenured investigators who should have been first up. All that did was piss off the good employees and create a whole bunch of post-turtles in leadership roles. As one would expect, attrition skyrocketed. They weren't paying us nearly enough to deal with the BS, so people left for both internal and external roles at alarming rates. When the pandemic hit, we were, for the most part, stuck. Hiring freezes galore, and there's always a fear of leaving and then getting screwed and being jobless during the disaster that is, the world. A bit more background. At work, I've always had a reputation for honesty and for speaking my mind. Sometimes, often to the chagrin of senior leadership. As far as I'm concerned, you can't complain about something if you don't try to fix it. So when everything was at peak awfulness, I said something on a call with the aforementioned senior leadership, knowing that it was unlikely anything was going to change, but at least I would know I tried. I was later pinged by one of the managing directors in our overarching department. Not up my direct reporting line, but in the same organization. We'll call him C. I worked with C a number of times over the years. He had a rocket strapped to his butt and was perfectly content to ride that puppy until he could go no further. He is definitely a bit of a yes man, but that's what generally happens when you're in that type of role. I'm unlikely to ever become a yes woman because it's not my personality, but it takes all kinds, and you never know what might happen in the future. When C pinged me, he asked if I could chat and give him some details about the situation. I knew I had nothing to lose, C, keystone species. So we got on a call and I explained the problems and my opinions on proposed solutions. More staffing, revert back to specialization and case types, pay industry standard, have leadership work on acquiring a better understanding of the job so as to be able to make more informed decisions, etc. Nothing unreasonable, though I knew that it was unlikely any of it would be done. C's response? Vote with your feet. About what I expected, but I was impressed that he went right out and said it, especially because we knew the whole department would be screwed if I left. I'm sure he figured I would never leave. After all, I'd stayed for almost 8 years already, even though the awfulness didn't truly start until fairly late in the game. Fast forward a couple of months to summer 2021, I'd been focusing on finding another role. I'd been even trying to before talking with C, but that gave me renewed incentive. I was being particular about what I applied for because I didn't want to leave for the sake of leaving, especially knowing that any internal move would mean I was stuck for a year, and I didn't want to risk screwing myself out of something perfect by jumping the gun. My caution paid off, and I was offered an amazing internal opportunity that pretty much fit me like a glove. I kept my move quiet for a variety of reasons, only telling my manager, but I knew that it would eventually make it up the chain. I just wanted to keep it as quiet as possible for as long as possible. Well, a week or so before I was scheduled to start in my new role, I got a ping from C asking me to hop on a call. He had seen the leave report and wanted to ask me why I was going and whether he could convince me to stay. They couldn't. I got on the call, video, and when he asked me why I was leaving, I looked at him and said, "Well, see, I'm just doing what you told me to do." He gave me a cocker spaniel look, complete with head tilt, and I just smiled and said, "I'm voting with my feet." The satisfaction I got from the look on his face when he made that connection brought me so much joy. He was so crestfallen. It was just chef's kiss. All I can really say here is if it gets to the point where you're giving ideas to the company and the company says back to you, vote with your feet, aka pretty much voicing your opinion by leaving, there's probably often not going to be a great amicable solution in the end. I mean, how do you get told from your company, yeah, we don't really care. If you want to do something, you can leave and voice your opinion that way, and continue working there with a smile on your face? Like, at least give the placating, "We'll talk about your concerns. Thank you, this is great stuff." US Air Force supply problems. I need an antenna to fix a jet. They made me order the whole tail. In the early 1980s, I was in the US Air Force. My job title was Avionics Com/Nav Specialist. Translation, I fixed radios and navigation equipment on A-7D and later on A-10A aircraft. One of the A-7D aircraft that I was called on to fix had been struck by lightning on the tail. The upper 12 inches of the tail is the UHF radio antenna. It was totally destroyed by the lightning strike. My unit at the time was on temporary duty, TDY, at Barbers Point Naval Air Station in Hawaii for a 30-day exercise. I was just a young pup at the time, 19 or 20 years old I think, but I was the only com/nav guy that was on the TDY. So I need a new antenna to fix the jet and order one from our supply guy. They tell me that no antennas are available anywhere in the US Air Force. Okay, what do? I ask. They tell me to order the next higher assembly, basically the tail of the aircraft. I argue for a while, trying to explain how stupid that is, but get nowhere. They actually get kind of nasty with me. At that time, the Cold War was going strong. Any aircraft that was not mission capable was a very bad thing. A grounded USAF jet on a TDY at a naval airbase was even worse. It had to be fixed yesterday. I call my boss back at our main base in Louisiana and explain the situation. He tells me to go ahead and follow the supply guy's recommendation, which I do. It couldn't have been more than 3 hours before I'm told to report to my maintenance officer, the officer in charge of aircraft maintenance, wanting to know if I'd ordered an A-7D tail assembly. I have to say, as a young airman first class talking to a major, I was kind of scared. I explained the whole chain of events, omitting who I specifically spoke with at our home base. The major looked like he was going to explode in anger. I'm thinking, I'm a dead man. Instead, he busted out laughing. I mean, like, laughing to the point where he couldn't talk. Laughing so hard that it looked like he was in pain, tears in his eyes, etc. After what seemed like forever, at least it seemed that way, he was able to actually speak again. The major told me that the way the supply group worked has always been a problem. What I did just brought it all out into the open with all the attention it got. He actually thanked me. I got my antenna 2 days later. It's always nice to unknowingly help out when you can. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, you can't reserve seats on public transport. We, my aunt and uncle, cousin and dad, were on a long sightseeing ferry ride. It was a 2-hour ride with one stop in the middle. We were the first to get on the ferry, so all of us blocked the window seats in a straight line. It's public transport and there's no concept of reservation, it's first come first served. We were sitting in the air-conditioned cabin and had the option of going out on the main deck. Just as we stopped in the middle, my dad went on the main deck to take some pictures and enjoy the fresh air. Another man gets on the ferry at the stop and takes my dad's window seat, though there were a few other window seats left. My aunt and I told him a number of times quite politely that someone's sitting there, but he only said, "I speak French," and proceeded to not hear us. My dad came back and told him he was sitting there, and this man called the security and complained about my dad. The security told my dad, "Sir, this is public transport, seats cannot be reserved." My dad said, "All right," and sat down next to him. So the scene right now is window, man, my dad, empty seat, aisle. About 10 minutes later, the man was about to step out on the deck. He left his bag on the seat and got up to leave. My dad asked him to kindly remove his bag and he refused. So my dad refused to get up and move to let him out. My dad said, "You can't reserve seats. You showed me the rule. Kindly follow it yourself." He became very flustered and started clapping his hands and calling for security. Security was also on the deck for the time being, but a barista was there. The man called the barista to help who didn't understand French either, so he told them in Arabic that my dad was refusing to move to let him out of the seat. The barista was flabbergasted and asked my dad why. I know Arabic, so I intervened and clarified the situation. That is, the man was keeping his bag and reserving his seat, which he told my dad is not allowed. By this time, the man has sort of climbed over my dad to go and call the security, and my dad hasn't budged. Keep in mind that my dad isn't a small man and is quite big with broad shoulders, and the sight of a tiny French man climbing around him was really funny. The security came in, and the guy's still feeding them parts of the whole story in Arabic. When they came back to ask my dad, he said, "You told me moments ago that reserving seats aren't allowed." He was keeping his bag and going to the deck, thus reserving his seat because no one would sit down in a seat with a bag in it. The security told him he wasn't allowed to do that and removed his bag. Now my dad got up and told him that he can sit beside the window. My dad just wanted to prove a point and came and sat beside me. The man was fuming and muttering, "Camera, police," and a number of colorful French abuses, which I know because I have a French friend. He's glaring at us as I'm writing this, and guess what? He isn't sitting in the window seat anymore. The rules apply to thee, not to me. How dare you take something nice away from me? But by the way, I'm going to protect this nice thing solely for me. Nobody else can have it. You gotta love a hypocrite. Does anybody else think it's weird though, the way the family spread out to specifically only window seats? Like, wouldn't most families just kind of fill up rows? The way this whole family was like, okay, we're gonna take every window seat on this side of the ferry. Does that seem odd to anybody else? Our next story is, I used a low rank against the captain and Australian cadets. Hello, I'm a 16-year-old male in the Australian Army Valets. I'm currently a cadet corporal, and I'm in the acting position of a cadet quartermaster sergeant. This is my telling of what happened over the past 2 weeks between myself and my administrative captain. Last week, Wednesday, I was at cadet doing my casual duties as an acting cadet quartermaster sergeant, and my captain came down from admin to check on me. I brought up my unit's rank structure next year and asked to nominate for the cadet under officer and warrant officer course. He decided to nominate me as he believes I need to have experience in the rank of a sergeant. Again, I'm a cadet corporal. I explained to him all the feats I made in the Q store and what I could do as a cadet under officer. I had cleaned the Q store top to bottom, led a section and platoon while outfield, made a makeshift Q store outfield, applied first aid knowledge of the regular, etc. He shot me down again with the, "You need to have at least 6 months in the rank of sergeant." I've been the acting cadet quartermaster sergeant for 8 months now, still counting. Now comes the malicious compliance. The next week, I went to cadets and I went to my Q store and waited. It's not a corporal's responsibility to run the Q store, so I waited for the captain. He came down and saw me doing nothing and lost his crap. I mean, full shouting, threatening to make me do drill, etc. I sat up and said, "Good evening, sir. I'm not sure why you're so disgruntled. I'm simply awaiting instructions from the quartermaster." That's when he got confused. "You are the quartermaster," he said. I told him no and pulled out the induction booklet he gave me at the start of the year and explained I'm corporal and that I'm simply awaiting the order from my sergeant. He didn't know what to do. I had him beat right there in black and white. I was doing the job I'm meant to and he couldn't dispute it. Long story short, don't let people take advantage of you because you aren't as high a rank as them. If you overachieve and they expect that of you, don't let them do it. Do your job, then you don't get into trouble. I'll be going back to my duties as a quartermaster, but I'm going to have a serious word about a promotion. Without knowing how everything functions with what the Q store is and the titles, the basic premise here is kind of relevant to quiet quitting, where they expect OP to be doing so much more than what their title demands, and they're not even giving them any recommendations to move up while still expecting them to do way more than their role pertains. In a situation like this where they don't want to allow you to be able to move up, they don't think you're worth it, but still expect you to bend over backwards and do stuff not in your job description, quiet quitting's kind of the go-to. Do exactly what your job says you're supposed to do and nothing more. I mean, if you don't deserve it with all the extra work and things you're carrying, why even keep up with it at that point then? This next story is, "Show me the email," he said. Mine is probably not funny, but a recent post reminded me of what happened at a startup, and I thought of posting it here. Writing full details might expose me, so I'm going to keep some things generic. I work in a highly regulated field, and we're expected to use some tools to analyze risks and failures in our systems, hardware and software. When properly set up, the tools are effective, but set up incorrectly, our risks may appear too low or high. The scoring system requires some estimates and a scale against which you score factors that need multiplication. For about 10 to 15 years, as complexity increased, companies have granularized their scales, going from scoring things against 1 to 5, many score from 1 to 10, allowing your estimates to be more realistic. Because if we find risks to be too high, we have to spend a lot on development and manufacturing to fix them. If our risks appear to be too low, when they're higher, we can be heavily fined, death can occur, etc. I was hired at this startup to show them what the best in the industry were doing. Within a month of my job there, I emailed my manager and the director, his manager, that the scales of 1 to 5 were too narrow and could be very problematic, yada yada. They never got back to me, probably never read it. This is a thing with them, more in this company than others. Why do I, a mighty director, have to respond to a bourgeois engineer? In meetings with them and some other consultants, I verbally also said this. They never acted on changing the scales. Then, no one wanted to finish the risk analysis, so I volunteered to do it. As I had suggested, risk values appeared too high. This was a big freaking deal, so there was a lot of ranting and raving. Out of the blue, the director angrily emails me and my manager saying these risk estimates were too high and why did I do that? I emailed them both back saying, "I emailed you at the very beginning of my time here, warning you both specifically about this." You never got back. I mentioned this in meetings and still no one agreed to the change. My hands were tied. You think you would back off? Genius gets back to me, "Well, do you have that email with you?" Boy, did I. So I left a few months later because so much was wrong with them. It's been about 2 years. You think he's going to respond? Definitely this is why you don't clear out your inbox, or at least start opening folders if you can for your work emails. It's also nice if you can back them up. I know it's not possible in every place because it might be a breach of contract to forward those to a non-work email. The bottom line here, cover your butt whenever possible. Always have receipts when it comes to difficult decisions and policies that you have to follow. That said, our final story of the day is, oh, my paper isn't long enough? Okay. Another post reminded me of my own little bit of malicious compliance back in college. This was more than a decade ago. So, in my junior year, I was taking an art history class on medieval art and architecture. Partway through the course, the professor assigned a paper and the instructions were that the paper length was to be 5 to 9 pages. I wrote my paper and it ended up being 5 pages. I said everything I felt was necessary to say in that amount of pages. When I got the paper back, I received an A-. Now, I'm not usually the type to complain about an A-, but in this case, I knew I wrote a strong paper. I was an art history major and at this point was 3 years into my program. So I had a buttload of art history classes under my belt, and I freaking knew when I produced a good art history paper. So I really wanted to hear why I got the minus instead of a straight A. I went to the professor's office hours to ask why he graded it as such. Yes, he was quite amused someone was complaining about an A minus. I didn't give a freak. I wanted to know why he took off points and what he thought could have been improved. He hemmed and hawed for a few minutes because there wasn't anything wrong with my paper, and he finally said, well, it could have been longer. I said the prompt said 5 to 9 pages and I was within that range. He replied, it could have been longer. Okay, fine. The next paper that came around was the term research paper, and this time the prompt said at least 15 pages. Cue malicious compliance. I worked my butt off writing this research paper, and out of pure spite, I made this dude read no less than 29 freaking pages about some stupid medieval church. Now, I had written papers this long before, and a year later when I wrote my honors thesis, it was nearly 4 times that length, but for this particular topic, I was really stretching it. The verbosity was a bit ridiculous. A week or 2 later, he returned the paper, A+ grade. He handed it to me and said with a genuine smile, it was great. I loved it. You should submit it for publication to XYZ History Journal. I begrudgingly submitted my maliciously compliant paper to the journal, and it was accepted and published. Admittedly, I was probably the one that suffered the most from my own malicious compliance, but I didn't care, and I'd do it again. OP went out here and tried their hardest to stick it to this guy, and this guy came back with a smile and said, I loved every second of it. This is like some guy getting up in your face saying, what are you gonna do, punch me? And then you do, and then afterwards they're smiling like practically saying it felt good. Just kind of leaves you like, oh great. Want to get more money by making me look dumb? Have fun paying damages? So this happened a while ago, just remembered it after reading some posts. I was broke and living in a homeless shelter when this happened. So I was in the homeless shelter, some guy pulls up and asks me and some other guy if we wanted to move his stuff from his house to his new apartment. Said he'd pay us $25 for an hour to an hour and a half of work. Pretty sweet deal, and I needed the money, so obviously I said yes. The guy who went with me was in his 50s and I was in my early 20s, small white kid. He kept making me look dumb and slow, doing everything faster than me and criticizing every little move. Even the guy who owned the stuff said he didn't know what he was on. I mean, this dude jogged down the stairs carrying some pictures to the U-Haul. Whatever, not gonna lose my crap because some random dude's having a bad day. I realized later the reasoning behind it when he asked for $50 instead of $25 because he did my work for me. Go figure. Anyway, we were almost done, just carrying the fridge down the stairs. It was already sketchy in itself, going downstairs with a fridge on a dolly. He was again trying to make it look like he did all the work, trying to push the dolly down the stairs by himself. I offered to help on the other side, but all he said was, no, you're just going to mess it all up, just hold the cord in the back. I could already see where this was going, but heck, what do I know? He gets about halfway down, and the fridge fell off the dolly and hit the wall. He tried blaming me, saying, that's why you should go on the other side to help. But I played the innocent part. Oh, I'm sorry, I was just listening to you, I had no idea. He knew I was playing dumb, but he just gave me a stare because he knew he was in the wrong. The owner of the house came down and asked what happened. I told him I just held the cord, the other guy dropped the fridge. He knew what probably happened, what with the other guy giving me a hard time and everything. Made him pay $50 for the damages. Basically $25 since he still gave him $25 for the work. He also didn't give me a hard time after that. I think he learned his lesson. Honestly, I respect the hustle, but clearly they did it in a very unsafe and dumb way. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, boss says I should quit because I like spending time on hobbies, so I did. I was working for a startup engineering firm, working as a piping design engineer, but since it was a startup firm, we didn't have a lot of manpower, and the ones we had weren't as qualified either. I was one of the very few qualified enough to handle a team of my own. The boss trusted me with almost everything. I was like the second in command after the boss, only because I was managing a lot of things on the side as a voluntary basis. Things like paycheck balancing, client meetings, quality assurance, documentation, and other stuff which he should have hired someone else to do. I was good at it and he took full advantage of it by giving me things to do that was never under my job description. One day, he had this bright idea that we should revamp our website to attract more clients. And he gave this project to his nephew, who had just graduated from college as a developer of sorts. After a week or so, the nephew came up with the first draft of the website, and the boss was fairly disappointed as it didn't look anywhere near to what he expected. He then called me in and asked me if I knew anything about website design. At that time, I was very much interested in UI/UX and was doing an online course to learn about it more. So I told him that I'll see what I can do. I spent the next week full making a proper information architecture, wireframes and color guidelines that the nephew could pick up and build the website from scratch. In the end, the website looked futuristic and the boss was pretty happy. But during the week, my other responsibilities were put in a backlog and it just kept piling on. I knew I'd be able to cover it once I'm done with the website and didn't pay too much attention to it. The next week, my boss caught up with the backlog and called me into his cabin. He started yelling at me for all the responsibilities that I didn't attend to. I calmly told him that I was working on the website and it's not a big deal. I told him that I would clear it out as soon as possible, but he wasn't happy. He asked me why I spent so much time doing something that isn't even my responsibility. I told him I was learning about UI and UX and was pretty much interested to learn more. I obviously never thought about pursuing it as a career because, frankly, I was a mechanical engineer by qualification and didn't think jumping to IT would be easy. The boss snapped and told me that I should quit and pursue my hobby as a living. He said only then will I understand how lucky I am to have a job that pays. I kind of got offended because, one, he doesn't even pay me the worth of things I do for the company. He knew I could cover and yet took this as an opportunity to discipline me. I stepped out of this cabin, went to my desk and put in my resignation and went home. He called me a couple of times, asked me to revoke my resignation, and then made other people from the organization call me to convince me to come back. I wasn't having it at all. It's been 2 years now. I decided to pursue UI/UX as a career now, and I'm working as a product designer in one of the biggest organizations in the country, with a pay that's almost 300% more than what I was getting as a mechanical engineer. Personally, I'm of the opinion that life is short. You only get one go around, and if there is something that you are legitimately passionate about, something that you wake up and you would love to do every single day, you should try to go for it, by all means. I think you're lucky if you have something that you know you would love to do. I would hate for anybody to feel like they've passed up an opportunity to at least try to pursue it. This next story is Husband Complies with Wife's Demand. My favorite example of malicious compliance happened about 10 years ago. I'm a dentist, and one Saturday morning, I got a call on my cell from an older patient of mine. We're closed on the weekends. "Doc, I've got a tooth that's just killing me," he said. I told him I lived just 10 minutes down the road, so why doesn't he just come in and I'll see if I could get him out of pain at least. "Nah, Doc," he replied. "I've got some Jack Daniels here and I'm doing just fine. My wife told me I had to call you, so I did. I'll call your office Monday morning and see you then." Then he hung up. Still one of my favorite patients and favorite story to tell. I guess he got a little bit of that apply as needed medicine. Let's be real though, A, OP seems like a good dentist, and B, tooth pain isn't anything to mess around with, so I really hope until Monday that Jack Daniels can really hold them over. This next story is, they refused me an office, I complied, they regretted it. I got my first grown-up job while I was finishing my bachelor's degree. I was just getting started in a highly technical and emerging field. Very few people back then were doing this kind of work, and I seemed to have an aptitude for it, which is probably why I got a job before I had any credentials. The department I was hired for was brand new and had the potential to take customers from other departments, while also generating net new business. Interestingly, the other departments had been offered the opportunity to start the service themselves, but refused, even actively trying to prevent it from happening. That's the reason I ended up in a malicious compliance situation. The leaders of all the other departments conspired to prevent me from getting an office. I didn't understand at first because at that age, I didn't imagine professionals did petty, immature things. When I realized what was happening, I knew they'd get exposed if I went along with it. So I happily did my job wherever I could find a place, which often ended up being in the mailroom, where lots of people would notice. I hoped maybe the leaders would start to feel guilty or annoyed and change their minds, or they'd be caught by their bosses. Either way, problem solved for me without a fight. Little did I know how well it would go. I started to be well liked by a lot of the leaders because I helped them with their computers. There was one leader who still inexplicably hated me. I never spoke with him, not even one word, but he continued to insist that I didn't need an office. I wasn't even the level of a secretary according to him, which I took as a dig at my lack of a degree. I heard about him saying that from a friend who was in the meeting when they talked about changing their minds. It's too bad for them that they didn't change their minds because the president came through the mailroom multiple times and finally stopped, clearly annoyed. "Why don't you work in your office?" That was my golden moment. I had complied politely with not having an office. I sweetly told the president, "I don't have an office." They said, "What? Why not?" I said, "There isn't room. No space available." They say, "According to whom?" I say, "Mr. So-and-so." They say, "But you've been working here for, 3 months? They could have found a space for you by now." Ooh, the president was beet red at that point. I just smiled and said, "My understanding is there is no space." The president literally stomped upstairs to the offices of Mr. So-and-so. I distinctly heard the yelling from downstairs. People outside probably heard it. The president came and brought me upstairs to the conference room where the leaders were all seated looking down. There were a pile of keys on the table. I was afraid at that point. Was she having me pick someone's office to take? While that might have been a sweet revenge, it wouldn't have been good for my working relationships with any of them. But no, she handed me a key to the conference room and said, "This is your office." She scooped up the rest of the keys, which I learned later were all their copies of the key to the conference room, and said, "Your office is the largest office on campus, even bigger than mine. Enjoy," and she walked out. That was probably the best drop the mic moment I've ever seen in my life. And the story ends with my compliance not only winning me that office, but all of the other leaders except Mr. So-and-so becoming great colleagues. Although there might be some oversight issues being exposed here, I think we can all agree that is a great leader in this place. There's no greater way that you can make up for this than that president giving you something that is honestly beyond what you could have even have asked for. Our next story is, you only want certified mail? Okay. I once worked for a company that provides therapy to children. The company owner was not licensed or credentialed to do this, but I am, so he hired me. I got hired, did my job, supervised the other workers, kept all files electronically, and kept the data up to date. Everything was HIPAA compliant. As time passed, I found out that he was committing insurance fraud. I knew I wanted to report him and quit. However, due to the type of therapy I do, I didn't want to leave the clients without therapy. They didn't do anything wrong. I decided to give my boss a 4 weeks notice so he could hire someone else and I could transfer care properly. My boss didn't like this plan or the fact that I wanted to quit, so he terminated me on the spot. I thought this was reckless of him, seeing that now he had no one on his staff who could legally supervise the therapy and sign off on clinical notes. I was the only one who could. When he fired me, he started slandering my name and telling lies about me. I work in a small area where everyone in my field knows everyone else in the field, and I wasn't about to have my reputation tarnished due to his lies. I hired an attorney to write a cease and desist letter. It was sent to him via certified mail. He didn't like this either. He reached out to me and said the company needed all of their materials back as well as client data. He said he would only accept it in certified mail. Of course, I wanted to send the books and materials I had back to him as well as transfer the data to him, but it didn't make sense to send hard copies of the data. It would be a lot easier to securely email the graphed data I had. It would also make it easier on whomever took over my caseload, as the data system and graphs would already be set up for them. I tried to explain this in my email reply, but he wasn't having it. He replied, "I will no longer reply to you. I told you to send all materials in certified mail, and that's what I expect to happen." Cue malicious compliance. I printed all of the raw data and graphs I had. This ended up being about 200 pages worth of information. When it printed, it looked all wonky and extremely difficult to read across that many pages. As I was packing the books, materials, and 200 pages of printed data into the box to be sent, I accidentally dropped it and the paper scattered everywhere. I picked them up, but they were all out of order and impossible to tell how to put them back in order. So I just boxed everything up out of order and sent it to him certified mail with signature. I know he received the package. I don't know what he had the person he hired after me do, because what was sent to him was unusable, hard to read prints of the data. The only thing that I think could have been done was to have the new person recreate the entire system, decipher the order of the 200 pages of data, and input it manually. This would take many months. Maybe next time he won't be such a jerk and he'll listen when his employee says it doesn't make sense to send hard copies of the data. Does anybody else think that this company, regardless, should not exist and that OP should report them to somebody? Honestly, I feel like OP should just destroy whatever copies of the data they had, not forward it on, and just cease and desist any slanderous claims that they made. Actually, it turns out that OP reported them to an insurance fraud investigator. The company mysteriously disappeared, and then that guy opened up a new company later on. So I guess this guy will continue running through traffic until eventually he does get hit. If you say so, I'll comply. In the end, we all get screwed. Tiny bit of pertinent information. In 2014, I had a C-section to bring my son into the world. I was let go from my previous job because they didn't want the liability if something happened to a pregnant woman on the job. I was rehired by the fast food company where I held my very first job, which is not McDonald's. It's a bit higher priced than that, where you could get fried chicken, a hot dog, and a double cheeseburger at the same time. There will be no mention of my child's father because he wasn't there for us. I lived with my eldest sister, who was more like a mom to me, which is why she's mentioned in this story. She was the person I had with me when I had my C-section. She has been the one there for my son every moment of his life. My doctor said if I was going back to work before his recommended 4 to 6 weeks of healing time and rest, that I had to be on light duty and that I was not to lift more than the weight of my son, which was 6 pounds. The story: I was rehired by a fast food company that was always extremely busy at each major point in the day. Lunch made over $800 between noon and 1 p.m. and dinner made over $700 from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Of note, the only reason I was rehired was because hiring manager loved me to pieces. When I left the first time, she told me that I always had a job with her because she loved my work ethic. She said that I was the best worker she had had in years. Nobody ever picked up extra shifts as quickly as I did. Nobody cared to learn as fast as I did. So since I had the previous experience, they wanted me to work lunch rush. But I begged them to let me work dinner. Dinner would allow me to spend quality time with my newborn, and my sister, who I lived with, would be home from her job to take care of my son while I worked. Now, I started a month after my C-section, right? Wrong. I started 2.5 weeks later. If I didn't, I couldn't be hired. I'd actually gone back to my doctor and asked his office to write a full letter explaining my light duty requirements, and took it with me my first day back. I walk into the manager's office, expecting to see my hiring manager, or at least the manager I recognized. Nope. Enter stupid manager, who had worked as an hourly employee at another location and thought she knew better than everyone. I handed stupid manager my doctor's note, and she looked at it like she was holding a dirty baby diaper. I asked her to make sure hiring manager sees it, and she doesn't respond. I shrug it off and walk to the back where the break room was. I saw that all of my coworkers were the same from the last time I'd worked there, and they all crowded around me to see baby photos. I was crying the entire time because it felt like a homecoming. It felt like I was finally surrounded by a support system. Until stupid manager screamed that we needed to get to work when there wasn't even a customer. We all scattered like flies and made ourselves look busy. I'd kept my phone in my pocket before clocking in, and I periodically checked it, always between customers, to make sure nothing had happened to my son while I was gone. I would think most, maybe not all managers would have understood that I hadn't been texting, just quickly checking for new notifications, but not stupid manager. She hated it. She'd been sitting in the office checking the cameras, and I suppose I'd checked my phone one too many times. Yay, postpartum depression and anxiety. Stupid manager came flying around the corner at light speed and stared daggers at me. OP, what the freak do you think you're doing? You can't be on the phone while you're clocked in. You should know this already. Now, I'd never been one to deal well with being yelled at, so I just started saying I was sorry. Some of my coworkers stood up for me, which again made me cry. Stupid manager apparently hated crying too. She turned back to me, shooting the same daggers into my soul. What the freak are you crying about now? Thankfully, a customer walked in, so she just stormed off. I saw red. Within the hour, I'd watched her start getting ready to leave her shift, which I thought was a blessing. Of course, it wasn't. Enter lazy manager who I'd had issues with the last time I'd worked there. Not that I said anything, she just never worked. She sat in the office staring at the cameras, eating food from the line, which the company said is illegal. You don't get free food, you get a discount on food. Did she ever pay for it? Not once. She wrote it off as part of the end of the day throwaway food. I can't remember what it's actually called on the end of day report. Lazy manager saw me and her face fell. Oh, hey Hazel, she said with disdain. I put on the sweetest smile and attempted to make small talk with stupid manager, but they made a major mistake. They left the door cracked. And wouldn't you know it, I worked on the side of the line closest to the door where I could hear everything. This is how it went. Lazy manager said, I thought hiring manager told her no. Stupid manager said, I guess not. She's been on her phone all day. They say of course she was. She's the worst employee we've ever had. Ugh, I'll call hiring manager and figure this out. I've never disliked someone like I dislike her. Stupid says, she seems pretty lazy. Oh, here's her pitiful doctor's note. Lazy says, we'll see how well that works. It's not like we've never had kids before. Now, that fully pissed me off, but I bit my tongue. I waited for what I knew was coming. I knew exactly what I was going to do, because I was just plain sick of being badmouthed by others. Stupid manager leaves and lazy manager calls me to the office. I was in the middle of making an order, but she is the manager after all. I left that poor person's order sitting right on the line and walked to the office. Yes, lazy manager? She doesn't even look up from the computer. OP, what's this doctor's note for? I just take my phone out of my pocket and try to show her pictures of my son. They say, oh, you had a kid? In a tone that implied nobody would want to be with me or something. I smile sweetly and nod, a plan working itself out in my head. Fast forward 4 days. Lazy manager hasn't been helping us close the store at all. And I've been getting home after 2 a.m. every day from a place that closes at 10 on weekdays, 11 on weekends. I'm done. My sister can't keep taking care of my child like this, and it's completely unfair. Lazy manager is working again, and we're really busy. I go to put fries in the fryer because our fry cook is busy making chicken tenders. I open the little freezer beside the fryers, and it's empty, which I knew it would be because I never saw anyone put a new box in. Huh, that sucks. Hey, we're out of fries out here, I yell. No response. Hey coworkers, fry cook's busy and we need fries out here. Nothing. Odd, oh well. Hey lazy manager, we need fries out here. Lazy manager opens the office door. Get them yourself, OP. I walk over to the office and say, lazy manager, I can't. My doctor said I can't lift more than 6 pounds. Lazy manager rolls their eyes and looks dead at me. Look, go get the darn fries out of the freezer now. 2 boxes. I don't care about this my doctor said crap. Do it. And stay the heck off your phone. And there it was. My opportunity for malicious compliance. I walk into the freezer and look at the box of French fries. I really shouldn't. This could be detrimental to my health according to my doctor. but a lazy manager said so. Now, I'd noticed that morning that a couple of my stitches hadn't started dissolving yet, so I'd already called and scheduled an appointment about 2 weeks early. This was all lining up perfectly. I grabbed that fry box on the bottom shelf and shifted it where I could read its weight. I wasn't supposed to be on my phone, but she obviously couldn't see me in the freezer. I snapped a picture of the box. I sent it to my sister with the message, "Manager told me I have no choice but to do this myself. Doesn't believe my doctor's note at all. Can't respond. She won't let me use my phone anymore either." I made sure the message was sent and then switched my phone off, grabbed that fry box and lifted it and carried it to the little freezer 20 feet away. I'll say one thing for adrenaline, it definitely works to numb the pain until it wears off. I felt a wetness in my pants and excused myself to the break room. Not the bathroom, that was too private for this. I turned where the cameras couldn't see me and looked at my pants. Blood. I was bleeding, but from where? Oh, that's right, the stitches that hadn't started healing yet. But there was another pain I'd never experienced. I walked to lazy manager with a napkin covered in blood. Thankfully, the line wasn't anywhere near the office. I would never contaminate someone's food. Because, of course, I tried to stop the bleeding. I was immediately sent home to my sister, who was in a severe panic over the message. I called my doctor's office with 10 minutes to spare and explained the situation, and was scheduled for the following day, and told to go to the hospital if the bleeding continued. My sister and I bandaged me up to the best of our ability, and I waited for my appointment. When my doctor found out why I still picked up that fry box, he sounded more like a concerned father figure when he said, "I'll handle it." But I assured him I had it myself. All I needed from him was a doctor's note. You see, I'd found out that hiring manager, who was also the store manager, who was lined up to become district manager, had come back from vacation. She was actually scheduled for the following day, and I was supposed to work. I waddled into that store in uniform, doctor's note clutched in one hand, the other grabbing every solid surface it could to absorb some of the shock of movement. She took one look at me and guided me to a chair in the break room, concern written all over her face. "Hazel, what happened?" So I told her everything. She asked me if I ever gave either manager a doctor's note, and I said that I had. She couldn't find it, but she didn't need to. What a lazy manager and stupid manager didn't know was that my sister had a printer that could scan documents. And we had a weird feeling that we would need a copy of the first doctor's note, so not only did I have a new note clutched in my hand, but stapled to it was a copy of the original note that told the managers that I was supposed to be on light duty, because if I ripped a stitch, it could lengthen my healing process. The new note explained that since I was not given light duty, I not only ripped a stitch, but pulled a few muscles in my lower body. When hiring manager read both notes, she was furious. She checked the schedule, and when she saw neither of the other managers were working, she called them both in for a meeting. She asked me if I would stay for said meeting, and that I could sit in the office in her comfy desk chair while we waited. I took that seat and waited for the show. 30 minutes later, hiring manager was giving them an earful, telling them they had no right to disregard doctor's orders, and that they should have never told me to stop being on my phone. Turns out hiring manager had worked for this establishment when she had her youngest child, so she knew the anxiety of being away from a newborn for too long. I watched stupid manager get fired on the spot, but not lazy manager. Lazy manager was demoted to line cook because hiring manager told her she needed to relearn some humility. She worked as a line cook at another store for about a month and then was fired for stealing food. I gotta give it to OP, they committed harder here than I ever would've. But also, hey, I'm Steven, and if you're enjoying these malicious compliance stories, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our final story of the day is from Soldalhausen. My IT director's emails look awfully suspicious. 3 months ago, my company had a 2-hour-long seminar about email phishing and how to prevent it. This seminar also included an update to our email software. Our software has a preview feature. If you hover over a link, it opens a preview of the link. Anyway, I got an email from our IT director saying I was in violation of their internet policy by using social media, a main part of my job, and I was stupid and opened it. It was a phishing test, and they made me do another 2-hour-long seminar. That week, I get the following email from our director, sent with high importance, subject, phishing email test. Hello everyone, this is a reminder to stay aware of phishing emails. Please review the PDF guide and take a short quiz. Link to test your skills by 5 p.m. Thank you, IT Director's name. Now, on this email attachment, one of the signs to report an email is if it's pressuring you to click a link. So I feel like I should report this as phishing, so I did. I get this email from the director 1 hour later. Subject, reporting emails. Hello everyone, we've received numerous phishing reports about the email about the phishing quiz. Please note any email sent from insert IT director email here is not phishing. We've included a new link for your convenience. Thank you, IT director name. Now to me, this email looks even more suspicious than the last one, so I do the natural thing and report it to Stay Vigilant. I've been doing this for over 2 months, and everyone keeps getting an email saying that this email is not phishing. Please don't make us sit through 2-hour seminars. I mean, it's one thing if you have 2-hour seminars that are like mandated by HR or even like a legal thing, like a workplace harassment type thing. Sure, it seems logical and seems unavoidable, but this is like as a kid being woken up an extra 2 hours early before school to have a whole seminar about how you need to tie your shoes before you leave. It's like, we get it, it's common sense. How much can you really go over in 2 hours anyways? Start using icebreakers to talk to customers to get them to buy stuff? You got it. This story's over a decade old, back when I was fresh out of college and dedicated to doing nothing important for as long as possible. I worked for an electronics store, a big one, and I lasted there for about 18 months before I realized I was wasting my time on garbage pay that I ended up blowing on games and movies. My manager, Bob, but not really, was a pretty decent guy, and I never had too many complaints about him, although he was wasted at that particular store because he was a pretty good manager. I could tell he was getting a lot of flack from the GM, Jim, because home theater, sales were stagnant. Clarification, good, but not growing, and not hitting our ridiculous quotas. I worked in the mornings until afternoons, when there were maybe 10 people visiting the department in total, and you could tell that 8 of them were just watching TV, waiting for their spouse's cell phone plan to be activated. Unfortunately, since there was so little foot traffic, management's decision was to drill into us how to use every marketing and customer manipulation tactic to encourage people to buy things. I was a good salesperson, and I could sell the crap out of home theater using tactics such as getting customers to use their imagination about their options, or presenting new options in ways they hadn't considered. I listened, I learned about their needs and what they were looking for, and they frequently left the store with something completely different than what they thought they needed. I recall that the number of returns I had was so small that I could probably count them on both hands over 18 months. I, however, was completely freaking disinterested in marketing tactics, sales tactics, or manipulating customers for upsells. This meant upselling or changing how I communicated with them to speak their language in a way that marketing showed increased sales but was blatantly manipulative. Screw that. So when Jim tells Bob about their new push to encourage customers to buy things they normally wouldn't buy, he knows I'm going to be a challenge. But he does a pretty good job at trying to convince me. He comes to me and we have a floor meeting, and he asks me to try breaking the ice with the customers by chatting them up a little about topics unrelated to their viewing habits, home theater, etc., to get them to like me enough to want to make a purchase. Malicious compliance time. I was ready to quit and move on, and I was no longer interested in playing the game. He wanted me to try breaking the ice with people, so I started flirting with all the customers. Black, white, guy, girl, rich, not rich, old, not old. Everyone got a smile and a compliment about their outfit, and I'd compare them to a celebrity they reminded me of, if possible. I was good at it too. I kept it completely mild and inoffensive. Our uniforms were blah, and I wasn't really trying, but on more than one occasion, a bored older woman or housewife gave me their phone number. Our overall numbers started going down because I was busy chatting with customers than making sales. So eventually I got hit with a secret shopper and the jig was up. Bob finds this out from Jim, and I can hear him laughing from across the store before coming to my department to ask me to go to the back of the store for a private meeting. He wrote me up for inappropriate communications with customers. I told him I wouldn't sign the write-up report because I'd received no directive saying I couldn't flirt with customers. I wasn't violating the employee handbook, I made sure, and I never said anything that was offensive or sexual, even though several customers took it in that direction. But more importantly, I was giving my 2 weeks notice, but if the write-up was a deal breaker, I could leave now. Bob was sad that I was leaving but understood. Jim was pissed that I was leaving because I was a good earner, even though the department goals were ridiculous. There's not a lesson from this for the managers out there, so don't read into it. I was an acerbic donkey. So I'm going to read into it, and what you're telling me is workers should flirt with the customers more. I think I'm getting the picture here. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is Want Me Out of the Bathroom? No problem. So this is actually my sister's story, but she doesn't have Reddit, and I love her story so much. It's kind of long, but it's great. Okay, so my sister has always been a sweet, people-pleasing type of person. She's always willing to stop what she's doing to help anyone. Even if she's not having a great day, she'll still help out and not halfway do it. Well, this day, she was really not having a great day. She was at work and it was sucking because she was the only one doing anything, while our other coworkers just stood around. When her shift was about to end, she was asked to do one last thing: clean the 2 bathrooms. Now, at her work, there's 2 bathrooms, both just have 1 toilet. One sign said family restroom, they just call it the women's, and the other sign says men's restroom. I know it's weird, but they just had the one restroom originally, so they put in another bathroom when they expanded and called it the men's. So anyways, she's almost done cleaning the women's restroom when a woman walked up behind her. She rudely tells my sister to get out because she needs in there. My sister kindly told her that she was cleaning them but was almost finished, and then she would leave. Well, the woman told her no and to just hurry up and leave. My sister told her that it's totally okay for her to use the other restroom, as they were both the same and no one really cares. The lady again said that she didn't want to use the men's and insisted that she get out of her way. Normally, I think my sister would have just left, but since the lady was being so rude, she decided to keep cleaning until she was done. So finally, all my sister had to do was restock the toilet paper because it was empty, which she told the woman waiting. Well, the woman told her not to and to just hurry up and get out of her way. So my sister did. She got up, grabbed the roll of toilet paper, and walked out of the restroom. Then she turned around to the woman, held out the toilet paper, and said, "Okay, well, the restroom's open now, but if you're going to wipe with your hands, just make sure to please wash them before you leave. Thank you." Definitely something she would normally never do, but I'm so proud of her anyway. I am willing to bet though that on average that women's restroom's cleaner than the men's restroom. I mean, doubly so considering they were just finishing up on cleaning it, but in a way I don't blame them considering they're most likely going to be sitting or close to it. And also, I mean, sometimes situations are dire, so if there was ever a time where I feel like it might be slightly acceptable to be a bit rude or curt, it would be when time's of the essence when you need to use a restroom. The phantom write-up. I was working as a low-level security supervisor at a hotel that had a bar/nightclub on site. I had some serious problems with the bar manager, who the staff had given her the nickname of Miss Piggy. Miss Piggy was known to sleep with some of the guards, had to remove 2 of them for fighting one night when they both found out they were both banging her. She was also known to drink on the job, give away food and drinks, and was a constant pain in my butt because I did my job. During the week, the bar area was dead, so it was usually me and the 2 other guards who worked on the site. This night was no different, but Miss Piggy was in one of her moods. She had caught one of my guards on their cell phone while sitting down at a table in the empty bar area. Miss Piggy stomps over and demands I write up this guard. While I've had my problems with her, she was right about the guard being on his phone. I go to my bag and I pull out 2 write-up forms and 2 pens. I give a form and a pen to the guard and tell him that he has to write himself up and that I'm going to do the same, and they better match. We separately work on the write-ups, and in about 5 minutes, he comes to get me where I'm smoking a cigarette. I noticed his write-up was a lot worse than the one I wrote up, and I asked, "What do you think would happen if I happened to send them in?" He responds, "I would get fired." I flip that back. "Miss Piggy caught you and demanded you be written up. Would you agree that you got written up?" They said, "Yeah, this is the write-up you did for me." I said, "I understand that this is a boring night, but you need to at least look like you're watching things." I hand him back his write-up and tell him that if I catch you doing this again, I'm going to have to send this into the office for them to decide what happens. I'll have no choice in the matter. If you need a break or change of scenery, just let me know and I'll try to make it happen. Come to find out later that the guard turned down Miss Piggy, so she wanted him off the site and fired. I did write him up, I just never sent it in. This became known as my phantom write-up as a way to warn guards without involving management oversight. I placed it as a step or two above the verbal warning, but below an official write-up. Turns out that upper management absolutely loved the concept of it, as if I had to send in a write-up, the one written by the offender was a signed confession. This story honestly sounds like a kindergarten class punishment, like somebody went and broke all the classroom-provided crayons in half, so they've got to go sit off to the side and write down what they did. Honestly though, I think what OP did is fair and should probably be the norm. Why should anybody be fired after getting one write-up? No OT, but you won't swap me to day shift? Okay, boss. My work, aviation, was on a no overtime at all rut for a while in 2021. No biggie to most of us, but the bosses were strict with every single minute because the higher-ups were watching the time charging as well, to make sure no overtime was being clocked. I got a new job within my company that was requiring me to move. I was working second shift, 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. Monday to Friday at the time, so when I'd get to work and answer all the HR emails, I would be behind on the checklist I'd have to complete prior to moving. So I did the logical thing and emailed my then supervisor and asked to be transferred to day shift, so I could be in the building during the daytime to talk to HR. Otherwise, I was going to miss my transfer date. My supervisor emails me back and says, "You have a company laptop now, answer those emails from your house. I'm not swapping you to day shift." I responded, "Okay." So I began my day at 9 o'clock so I could email and Teams chat with various HR reps during the day, and then go to work in the afternoon. I logged every minute, and being that I had a company laptop, I know that they can see my login activity, so I would have backup if they tried to claim I was stealing time. Fast forward a week, and the site manager, supervisor's boss, pulls me into his office and wants to know why I have almost 20 hours of overtime for the previous week when we aren't allowed any overtime. I explained to him that I was given permission from the supervisor. The site manager calls the supervisor in. Supervisor says he gave no such permission. I tell them both about the email response, offer to send it to them and print it up should they need. My supervisor got as red as a fire truck. The site manager said your overtime is approved and kicked me out of the office, asking me to close the door as I left. I received a text message 2 hours later informing me I was to start day shift immediately. Screw 'em all. I think this is one of the most annoying things about the modern day with social media, with phones being basically expected. Some companies expect you to just always be available. I fully maintain that if you have to answer emails or take phone calls outside of work, not during your normal hours, you deserve some kind of on-call fee for sure. That said, our final story of the day is Death by Mountain Dew. This is a funny story about kids and soda pop. So a few years ago when my 5 kids were still at home, my brother got himself in trouble, and his 4 kids had to come live with us. We started having a lot of issues with all of the kids just helping themselves to whatever treats we would buy. So if we went shopping and got some soda to last a couple of weeks, they might drink it all when we weren't home and then blame each other for it. So one day we were at the big warehouse store and they had a pallet of Mountain Dew on clearance for 39 cents per bottle. My wife and I looked at each other and devised a devilish plan. We bought the entire pallet. Yes, it barely fit in our Mazda CX-9. The store workers laughed at us. We got home and had the kids come and unload the vehicle. We explained that they could now drink as much soda as they wanted, but we only had the one flavor, and they had to drink all of it before we would buy any more soda. Of course, they initially thought that they had scored big time. A month in, and they were done. Daily complaints, begging for forgiveness, swearing that they would never drink Mountain Dew again. After that, it was a good couple years before we had to start rationing their soda allowance again. As somebody who has admittedly had more than their fair share of soda in their days, I think the kids' fatal mistake here was settling on Mountain Dew. I mean, I guess it was up to the parents. The pallet of Mountain Dew was on clearance, so they got that. But I'm of the opinion and maintain that one Mountain Dew is already kind of enough. Like, once you get through 2 cans of Mountain Dew, I'm already feeling like done with soda. I feel totally gummed up and slow and lethargic. I don't know what it is about regular Mountain Dew for me, but regular Mountain Dew just makes me feel like totally all around gummed up and slow. And I mean, if this was literally anything else like a Pepsi or even like a Sprite, honestly, I bet that soda allowance thing would be totally different. It's just they settled on drinking loads and loads of that super syrupy sweet Mountain Dew. Okay, what do you want in the letter? When I was a young lad, I worked in student conduct at a college. For folks unaware, conduct is a fairly complex part of higher education where we have to comply with the college policies, federal laws, state laws, and various court rulings. One of our policies was that if a student was a threat to the safety of the campus, we could remove them temporarily from the dorms, from a class, or from the entire campus. Our policy said that we should be careful to only remove students from areas where they present a risk. That's basically a fancy way of saying, don't kick them out entirely if removing from the dorms or class is enough. The prior 5 or 6 times we thought a student was a risk, they were removed from campus entirely. I hated this since the students weren't threats to classmates sometimes. So my turn comes around to decide if a student is a risk or not and how to proceed. I decide she did present a risk to the dorms, possibly selling drugs, but not the rest of the campus since all the sales allegedly were in her dorm room. The college lawyer was not pleased with this. He calls the dean of students, the dean calls my director calls me. Since my decision may bias my director when he meets the student later, general counsel says I can't discuss the case with the director, and to look for an email from general counsel. General counsel starts bearing down on me, asking for policy citations, my rationale, asking if I considered the police reports, which I hadn't been given prior to hearing the student's side, and saying the student was known to sell in the dorms for years. I refused to change my decision, and general counsel got furious. He tried to drop some orders, but couldn't since I don't report to him at any point. Plus, I had policy on my side. Breaking them opens up all sorts of lawsuit potential. But, tired of his lambasting, I decided to offer some compliance. General, you clearly have an outcome in mind. Send me the language you want in the letter to remove the student from campus entirely, and I'll send it on your behalf. Half an hour later, he replies that I don't have permission to use his name on anything and that he'll speak with the dean. I never heard back from general counsel before he was let go during the pandemic and have his email tacked up by my desk to remember the time I outplayed a lawyer. This goes without saying, but if you're asked to do something that is clearly against the norms or the rules, as they're usually stated, make sure you get that in writing from whatever authority is ordering that. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is cardboard boxes and tape will not protect us from the hurricane. A bit of background info. I used to live in Florida, and I've experienced almost every hurricane that ever passed through here. This story takes place in South Florida in an apartment complex. Our apartment has a glass screen sliding back door that leads to a small balcony behind the building on the first floor. This was more than 5 years ago. As the eldest in a single mother family, I am the de facto head of the household. Father was not in the picture. I don't remember the name of the hurricane we were waiting for, but there we were, my mother, my sister, and myself in the living room, thinking, how would we protect the glass screen door from the hurricane force winds coming soon? I forget if it was my mother or my sister's genius idea, but the idea was to cover the outside of the window with cardboard boxes and tape. Not even duct tape, transparent tape. It was all we had. I sort of looked at them with a confused look and asked, how's the cardboard gonna protect the window, glass sliding door, from the hurricane? Are we using anti-hurricane tape? My mother and sister get mad and give some illogical reason as to why it would work. I shake my head, still confused, and explain that this isn't gonna do diddly squat. I trust I don't need to explain to anyone why this wouldn't work. My sister gets really mad and says, instead of criticizing our ideas, why don't you just help? My mother on her side yells to me also, help your sister, this'll work. Cue malicious compliance. At this day and age, the wise ones know, there's no arguing with idiots. Not to call my family members idiots, I love them, but I mean, really? Cardboard and tape? Sometimes you gotta let people make mistakes so that they can learn from them, so I complied. What do you need? I say, annoyed but compliantly. Help us hold this cardboard up to the window. I comply. Together, we put a ton of flattened cardboard boxes on the window, held together by a ton of tape. The entire time I was a robot, complying with the commands given to me. Inside, knowing that as soon as the winds would come, well, you know. Even as we're putting up the cardboard and tape, all I hear is, you're not the only smart one. Everyone's ideas are valid. My idea's good too, it'll work. When we finished, we all went inside to wait for the coming storm. As the storm came and gradually increased in strength, we waited in the living room to see what would happen. I might need to add a disclaimer that we are all Floridians and Latinos. We are totally comfortable with hurricanes. When they come, we don't hide in the bathtub, we throw parties. We're all ready to meet our maker, so I hope I don't need to explain the culture behind why Floridians do this, or offend anyone who may not understand why we're not huddled together, holding hands, waiting for the end. Also, I'm pretty sure it was a low category hurricane. The ones we typically party in. If it's a Cat 4 or 5, then yeah, we would be praying for mercy. Anyway, as the winds pick up, lo and behold, what do you think happens? The softest gust of wind, or maybe the accumulated water everywhere, turns the cardboard and tape to mush. It slides off and plops down into a pile of trash just outside the window. With the most deadpan look, I slowly turn my head to look at my mother and sister. The look of embarrassment on their faces was priceless. The silence was deafening. I didn't even have to say anything. All I did was look back at the window and sigh. We didn't even bring it up anymore. Well, as expected, the hurricane came and went. Completely forgot the name of the one that happened during this story. As always, flooding, downed trees, trash everywhere. Typical hurricane damage. The story essentially ends there. I think from this point onwards, I always bring up this story when my family doesn't listen to me. I remind them who's the genius, and then they do listen. And you know what? Their lives are the better for it now. So I think there's maybe like some preconception of the idea of putting cardboard on the inside of the glass, but that's just in case like the glass shatters. It should hopefully prevent most of the glass from like flying in. But as far as external protection, especially in a hurricane where rain will probably go sideways for a while, it's a pretty low IQ move. Our next story is, I can't put up a poster? Enjoy your allergies instead. I work in an office building. Think a maze of cubicles and a floor rented by the company but owned by the building. My supervisor is a warden wannabe, and for that we'll call him Warden. He patrols the cubicles looking for any excuse to verbally degrade anyone. Phone buzzing, he'll pay you a visit. Getting up for the bathroom, he'll be waiting for you to get back. You get the picture. Recently, the building moved us to the first floor to make some repairs to what I believe was the sprinkler system and AC. We were the smallest company on the floor, so we got put into what I assume used to be some room to house custodial or mechanical supplies. It's small, nearly all concrete, and smells like chemicals and rust. In the new floor, there's a hole in the wall I'm up against. It's an ugly concrete indented hole. It's like someone cut a 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot cube out of the wall. I hate wasting space, so I asked the warden if I could put up a small poster to cover it up. He immediately told me it was against company policy and that I should check company policy before asking such stupid questions. Cue malicious compliance. I contacted HR and asked them on the rules on plants. Really, I just walked over and asked nicely. They replied that as long as the plant wasn't egregious in size or in poor health, plants were allowed. A few days after Warden and I's conversation, I'd put a small potted plant of ragweed in the hole. If you aren't familiar with ragweed, it's a pretty bad allergen. And wouldn't you know it, but the warden has an allergy to pollen and this plant triggered it. He was reaming when he saw it and yelled at me to get rid of it, but I told him I checked with HR and it was approved. He ended up leaving in the early afternoon due to feeling unwell. The warden avoided my area for a while after that. The ragweed ended up growing to be about a foot tall before I planted it in a bigger pot on my back deck, where it flourished for the rest of the season. I know it's not as intense as some of the other stories in here, but I'm just so glad to finally get my chance to get one on Warden after all he's done to me. I just don't understand people like Warden. Like, I know they have a job to do, but it feels like they have fun by not having fun or by making sure nobody else has remotely any good amount of a time. I just couldn't imagine being somebody that walks around policing everybody saying, no, you can't do that. Don't you dare put a poster up there. How dare you take a bathroom break? Just how bland and sad is your existence? That said, our final story of the day is, my boss asked me to recruit unqualified people for a healthcare job. I used to work at a home health facility that did some pretty terrible things, but that's another story. I was hired as a caregiver, but my role was more of a combined performing the tasks of a caregiver and administrative tasks such as payroll, filing documents, contacting people of importance for our clients and facility, etc. All for minimum wage, I might add, but this was my first job, so I wanted to do the most so I could use them as a reference in the future. My boss is not very tech savvy and doesn't really understand the most efficient way to go about things. For example, she had us clock in and out using an Excel sheet rather than using a payroll system because it was too complicated to set up. Nonetheless, one of the tasks she gave me was to send out requests for work to people applying on a certain job website. Rather than post the business on the website, she would just send requests to people that labeled themselves as looking for work. She thought this could save the company money and that this was faster than waiting for people to apply. If you've applied through a job listing website and received those pre-written, check out this job opportunity at X company, we were basically doing that. I thought it would be more beneficial to sort the potential recruits in certain categories by using the site's keyword finder to look for applicants with terms like caregiver or behavioral health to yield a better pool of candidates. Doing this method of mindlessly sending out emails, I would pump out around 400 to 500 emails to qualified candidates, and we'd receive maybe 5 to 6 interested applicants. And of those applicants, no one was interested in the job because of the abysmal amount of work that we had to put in. My boss was not happy and asked me to show her how I'd been doing this process. She told me I had to pick up the pace because I didn't hire you to slack off, but I wasn't. I was making sure we only got applicants that I thought would either be interested in this line of work or were experienced to give the residents the care they needed. She wanted more applicants? Fine. I turned off the filter and started sending out requests to all available people. Had a degree in engineering? Here's a request. Past work experience as a line chef in a 5-star restaurant? Here's a request. I sent out over 2,000 of those pre-written emails in a day. And before anyone asks, the site had this function that allowed us to put in a pre-written job description as well as my boss's contact information, so all I had to do was hit send. My boss came back near the end of my shift and asked how many emails I was able to send out. I told her a little over 2,000. She smiled and said, "Do you see what you can do when you put your mind to things?" I rolled my eyes and clocked out. The next day, my boss looked drained. Remember when I said her contact information was on those pre-written job descriptions? It turns out that she had been receiving notifications non-stop, either through email when people reject or accept the job request, or when people call her to inquire about the job. She told me, Why do I keep getting calls from people who have no experience in healthcare about this job? I just got a call from a security guard asking if the position was still available. Keep in mind, she can't just put her phone on Do Not Disturb because she's literally running a home health facility. So a call from a doctor or pharmacist regarding a change in patient care cannot be ignored. I guess she didn't get a lot of sleep that night, but that's not my problem. So I continued to send more requests that day. By the end of the day, I had to apply a filter that screened candidates who had not been active on the site for over a month just to get some new names to send to. I left shortly after this, and I still have that pre-written email that was sent to me before I started working there. I hope they're still as short-staffed as ever. I'm of the opinion that if you're a business that is looking for applicants, but you can't even put in the effort to put your business out there on a basic job search website, do you really deserve to be a flourishing business at that rate? If you need people who are interested in the jobs you're trying to fill, how is your thought process going to, we'll just send out some cheap spam email and if they come in, they come in. It's like, no wonder you're struggling. There's no care for their work or their business. Can't work on your laptop without my name badge? Guess it wasn't that critical. I worked for a university IT department as a student worker for a little over 4 years. We had a sister department, the media center, who loaned out laptops, projectors, and other technology to professors as needed. In my 4th year in employment, I was on a first-name basis with nearly all of the employees of the university, including the head of the media center. We'll call her Karen because, obviously, Karen was the queen of her kingdom and had quite a few obnoxious rules in place. But most importantly was an ironclad employee ID policy for checking out laptops. Under normal circumstances, I completely agree with this policy. However, this wasn't a normal circumstance. We got a call from her at 4:40 on a Friday, we closed at 5, that a laptop she was trying to loan out to a very important professor wasn't able to log into the network, and she requested that we come look at it. Sure thing. I make the 10-minute walk across campus from our office to the media center with my toolkit. When I get there, I see the professor and Karen and ask to see the laptop. She says, "Wait, OP, you need your name badge. Where is it?" Flash to my name badge, clipped to my jacket, hanging on a coat rack in the IT's office. It's on my jacket, Karen. I forgot to grab it rushing over here. I chuckled a bit. Deadpan, she says, "OP, you can't work on this until you get your badge." I said, "Karen, I thought this was an emergency. Do you need me to fix this right now?" "Yes, of course," Karen explained, "but we still need to always follow policy." Fair enough. Policy is incredibly important. I'll go get my name badge. I left the office, trekked the 10 minutes back to my office. Then I picked up the phone and called her. "Hey, Karen, just letting you know that because it's 5:20 and policy states student workers can work after hours, I'll have to come back Monday. Have a great weekend." She fumed at me for a few minutes until I essentially hung up on her. Policy is very important. She was so uptight she literally walked right into that one. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story of the day is from Prune Practical 6489, wearing sunglasses indoors. I read someone else's naval story, and it reminded me of my compliance story. I used to really have trouble with light sensitivity, likely from leaving my contacts in way longer than I should have. I finally ditched the contacts altogether and opted for glasses. I opted for civilian glasses rather than Navy issue because they were downright ugly. The ones I picked had a slight tint for indoor lighting and would get darker in sunlight for use outdoors. You could still see my eyes clearly, but I was really wearing almost sunglasses indoors. This setup was fine and dandy until I was stationed on my ship. My chief passed me in the corridor one day and stopped me, voicing his displeasure with my choice of eyewear, demanding that I go to medical and get Navy-issue glasses to wear while on the boat. While I wasn't happy with this, I of course went to see the doctor. They sent me back out to the medical center on base, where I was evaluated, poked, prodded, dilated, etc., and ended up being diagnosed as photophobic, a fancy word for light sensitive. They special ordered me government-issued glasses and sent me back to the ship to wait for them to arrive. Took time and a couple of pairs. Shockingly, the first set sent out weren't correct, had some rose-colored tint that made things worse, but I finally received my newly minted government-issued glasses. They were straight-up sunglasses. The doc on the ship made sure that my medical diagnosis was entered into my record and sent me off to work. I admit that I had some difficulty indoors in poorly lit areas of the ship, but I dutifully wore my ugly navy glasses. I didn't see the chief for a bit, but once I did, he popped his cork big time. He marched me right down to the doc's office on the ship and started giving the doc a hard time. He thought that I was given control over what was issued to me, so he was ready to bend me over a barrel. The doc shut him down and actually showed him my medical record and diagnosis. So much for privacy. I continued to wear my fuglies a couple of months until my chief finally relented and allowed me to return to my civilian glasses. Not sure if that happened after the commanding officer saw me, but it likely had something to do with it. All I know is as long as they're wearing something that is legitimately prescription, they're most likely wearing whatever is best for them in that situation. I just can't imagine too many people would go to the Navy wearing sunglasses for no reason. Our next story is from a bigger hammer, how my dad didn't go to Vietnam. In 1969, my dad graduated from Rice University with a 5-year master's in chemical engineering. The Vietnam War was raging, and although he and his classmates had all received deferments during their studies, their deferments were over and it was time for them to go before the draft board. Most of his classmates weren't worried because they were slated to see the Houston Draft Board, which had a reputation for handing out continued deferments like Halloween candy. However, my dad's from Oklahoma, which meant that he had to be evaluated by the Tulsa Draft Board, which was much, much stricter. Dad had applied to go to the chemical engineering PhD program at Stanford and had been accepted with a full stipend. He was excited to go, but first he had to get past the draft board. The Stanford faculty wrote a letter to the Tulsa Draft Board explaining that Mr. Hammer would be embarking on a research program that would greatly benefit the war effort and asking for another deferment. The Tulsa Draft Board wrote back in short order. Mr. Hammer had already benefited from the only deferment he was going to get, and thus he was to present himself to the Army Physical Examination Center post-haste. Dad was sad to lose his shot at a PhD, but not too sad because now he could marry my mom. He'd also had several job offers already, so he accepted an offer from Exxon, and he and my mom got married. His superiors at Exxon wrote another letter to the Tulsa Draft Board explaining that Mr. Hammer was now gainfully employed in the oil and gas industry, where he would be conducting engineering research that would greatly benefit the war effort, and asking for another deferment. Just as quickly, the Tulsa Draft Board wrote back, reiterating that Mr. Hammer was not going to receive another deferment, and that if he didn't hurry up and get his Army physical, they might have to get the law involved. Disappointed, my dad went to his Army physical as scheduled. He's always been a healthy guy, and he performed just fine on most of the examinations up until the very end, when they measured his heart rate. It was over 100 beats per minute. "Well, we can't pass you with that," the Army doctor said. "But you're probably just nervous. Come back in 2 weeks and we'll give you another physical." Nervous? My dad said to himself. I can work with that. For the next 2 weeks, my dad spent every spare moment basically teaching himself the opposite of meditation. He'd close his eyes and think of the most horrifying mental images he could, trying to drive his heart rate as high as possible. Finally, the day of the physical arrived, and things went much as before. He passed nearly everything with flying colors, but when the time came to measure his heart rate, once again, it was well over 100. The Army doctors promptly diagnosed him with tachycardia, scored his physical 4F, and sent him home. He's in his 70s now, and apart from his mysteriously high heart rate, which I inherited, he's always been in great cardiac health, and still is. I'm not gonna lie, if I was in a situation like that, I would not want to be drafted by any means. So I don't think I could ever fault somebody for doing what they could to make sure that they didn't have to get sent out to the Vietnam War. If I was in the dad situation and I was presented with this opportunity, I would be like getting as little sleep as possible all on the lead up to this day. I'd be like doing some heavy breathing techniques or just trying to figure out some way to keep that heart rate just pounding. Our next story is from Star World 8311. Oh, you're giving all of us a failing grade in our final project? We're going to talk with the dean of the department then. The background: my humanities class was taught by 3 professors, team teaching, lectures, small groups, etc., and that worked out most of the time. However, our final project was a classroom simulated society, and they split the class in half to do this. They told us that we all had to stay in the rooms in a portable and couldn't leave. The rules for the project were that the students were split into upper class, middle class, and lower class groups, with each group having an irregular amount of tickets for travel, money, and food and drinks. The upper class got 10 tickets for almost every category, the middle class got 5, and the lower class got 2. Each of the 3 had to decide how to spend their tickets and could give them away if they chose. The upper class was the only one that had travel tickets, and the lower class was the only one that had entertainment tickets, TV time. In the first 2 of the sections of the group project, all the students stayed the whole 4 hours, and the project went about how you would expect it to go, with the upper class ruling the other 2 and taxing them in tickets. That section of the project was during the school day, between lunch and dinner. Our section was directly following them, so we couldn't go to the dining hall for dinner. We also couldn't bring outside food or drinks. I had to eat on a schedule for medical reasons, but was told I would only be allowed to do so if I bought food or drink with our group's tickets. I was put into the upper class, so we had enough tickets for me to be able to do that, but then there were none for others to have anything. We, the 5 of us in the upper class, ended up splitting a can of pop and a small bag of chips. The people in our section of the project were mostly missionary kids. I'm not though. So we were mostly an idealistic bunch to begin with. All but one of the lower class group left the building to go eat dinner because they knew they weren't going to get fed otherwise. They weren't allowed back in and got failing grades because they didn't follow the rules for the project. The malicious compliance: the rest of us followed the rules to the letter, but we did it in our own way within the confines of those rules. The tickets got spread around mostly evenly so everyone could travel, have at least one food or drink for their class to split, and have entertainment tickets. When it got to be hour 3 of 4, our class started singing "Show Me the Way to Go Home." We then started singing all the most annoying songs we could think of for the last hour. We absolutely drove the professors up a wall, but they couldn't tell us to leave because then they wouldn't have followed the project rules either. We knew we were playing with fire with this one because the project counted for a good chunk of our final grade. But we didn't care after finding out that the professors weren't going to allow any exceptions to the rules, even for medical reasons. After we were done, we went to see if there was any way we could still get dinner, and the cafeteria stayed open for us a half hour after it was supposed to close so we could eat. It was on a Friday night. The fallout: on Monday afternoon, we all came into the lecture hall buzzing about the 2 extremes of the project. The people who ran off knew that they were going to fail, but the rest of us in both sections were sure we were going to get passing grades. We were all told that the first section, the one that imploded, would get passing grades, and the second section, the one that shared more equitability, would fail. One of my friends worked at the campus bookstore and knew that each stack of the project ticket/rulebooks came with a teacher's manual. Since these professors did this project for all of their humanities classes at this level, they didn't get a new teacher's manual each year unless the project changed drastically. So the rest of the teacher's manuals were sitting in the back of the bookstore, locked up though. The friend told his boss what happened, and his boss gave him a teacher's manual. Those of us who had completed the failed section of the project had the professor's words on tape because we were allowed to record lectures. We took that and the manual and made an appointment as a group with the dean. The dean thought that the professors had been utterly ridiculous and we got passing grades for the project. The professors tried to argue that there was no way that the project could ever have had that outcome, but the dean didn't go along with that. His answer: you teach at a Christian university and expect that your students aren't going to follow their beliefs? The professor had to change the syllabus, so the next year, they had the simulated society project removed and something else put in its place with much better rules. I mean, I get it's a college course, but I'm just impressed that they were able to get away with preventing people from eating for medical reasons Threatening to fail somebody because they left because they have a medical condition? I think that could have come down on the college as a whole. And our final story of the day is from Doughboy Niels, insecurity. I work at an airport as a law enforcement agent. One morning, roughly 4 a.m., me and my colleagues were on our way to an arriving flight. We got at security and were ready to pass. Mind you, we must pass through the metal detector, but we're not to be inspected. We can carry anything we need to do our job, and we carry weapons, etc., so we'll always set off the alarm. We have a special pass that'll allow us clearance. We don't need that pass to carry it, just to go through security. We approach security, and I suddenly realize I left my pass and my jacket in my locker. Flight was due any minute, so I decided to dodge the bullet and go through and be inspected. That did not sit well with the guard, and he was like, "You can't go through the detector like this, and you can't use the security procedure. No pass, then no passage." Finally, he got me and had the power, basically forcing me to go back and be late. Then, it dawned on me. In front of the guard and 1 foot away from the detector, I took off all my gear, emptied my pockets, etc., gave everything to my colleague who did bring her pass. I went through the detector as clean as can be, no alarms. 1 foot after the detector, my colleague handed me my stuff. I put everything back on with the biggest smile and wished him a wonderful day. The expression on his face was priceless. We burst into laughing around the corner. Let's be real, they were definitely being overly picky by saying, "Oh no, you've gotta have that pass." But this just goes to show it really helps to have a buddy or two that can just kind of cover for you when you're working. Calling an audible. A friend of mine I've known for decades, James, has a son Roy with his ex Lisa. Lisa has a new live-in boyfriend David with one of his own kids and one on the way. Although not blood related, Roy is my nephew. James has shared custody with Lisa as primary. Roy is 17, a year ahead in school, and a straight-A student. After obtaining his driver's license, Lisa agreed he can work for me at my company. James bought Roy a used car to drive to school and work. The kid really hasn't come into the hangout life yet. Recently, it's been brought to my and James's attention that David's been driving the car and allowing his 18-year-old son to drive it as well. This is against the agreement for the car and has been causing Roy to have to find or wait for rides to school or work. James confronted Lisa and David, which caused a huge fight and legal threats on both sides. James and Roy installed a tracker on the car after telling David that only Roy can drive the car and anyone else who takes it will be arrested, as the car is still in James's name. David took the car after this and was stopped and arrested for unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. David retaliated by convincing Lisa that Roy shouldn't be able to drive the car unless they're in the car or he's running an errand for them. The courts agreed that this is within their rights on the weeks mom has with him. Lisa's aware that he needs to drive while working, but still won't let him use the car but has him driving the other kids to their events. So after talking to Roy and James, we developed a plan. James took the car back. I own a rental house not too far from Lisa's. Since it's currently used for short-term rentals, I moved a car I had wrapped for my company to the house and gave the key and garage code to Roy. Roy currently picks up the car on the way to school and after school takes it for work. As the car's wrapped with logos, I pay him for driving to school and school events and to drop the car off on the way home. Now David has to fix his schedule to deal with trekking his kids back and forth, and Roy can get where he needs to. Roy's happy he can work more and no longer has to be the family's unpaid Uber. The main takeaway I get from this story is I'm sure David's gonna have a real great relationship with their stepfather and mom once they get even more independence down the road. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is from Unorthodox 474. I have to account for all my time? Okay. So this one isn't for work, but school, and a dispute I had with an instructor who was looking for a way to shaft my GPA. I'd proven him wrong in front of witnesses and he was looking for payback. I was a student gunsmith at the Colorado School of Trades when this happened, and a part of the last section of the program was working on a minimum number of customer-supplied guns. Kind of like how salon colleges offer discount hair services to real customers so that students can get some experience. I'd angered the instructor for that department by protesting when he dinged me a grade point for failing to document the size of the gas port on a gun that didn't have one, a Benelli inertia-driven shotgun. and then proved in front of witnesses that he was wrong about how the gun worked and forced him to change my grade. After that, he looked for every way he could to shaft me, and I could see his big play coming in the form of the school's very strict rules about how carefully we had to document how our time was spent, which would have allowed him to ding me for every unaccounted for minute, of which I was sure I had a few over the months. Enter malicious compliance. Early on in the section, it was called Design and Function or DNF, I had been assigned an old Arisaka rifle to clean, and the screws were seized so thoroughly that I was afraid I'd strip them out if I wrenched them too hard. So I'd applied penetrating oil and put it in my locker, and then moved on to other guns while I waited for the oil to work its magic. Once I realized what the instructor had planned for me, I simply forgot to get that gun back out of my locker and left it in there for months while I worked on other guns, letting it sit there until I was nearly finished with the section. Then, when I was near the end and the instructor started smirking and asking me how well my time was accounted for, I produced this crusty beast from my locker along with the timesheet for it, on which I'd accounted for every spare minute of my time in the section that wasn't on the other sheets, and claimed it was all spent on this thing. And told him I was sorry, but I just couldn't get the screws out, and I'd take the F on that one gun out of the 35 I'd worked on as part of the curriculum. The look on his face as he read the paperwork and realized what I'd done was pretty priceless. I think he just about tore a hole in the final grade sheet writing that my time was in perfect order, and he didn't say another word to me the whole time I remained in school. I love the bait technique OP used here. I love the fact that they knew this guy was looking for anything, so they created something, and that something was the egg that OP ended up throwing back in their face at the very end. This next story is from Humble Human Bob. Don't make that new order for the large Canadian. Yesterday, I was looking for something easy for dinner and phoned the nearest pizza from a small building. I ordered a large Canadian pizza for pickup, and the person on the phone confirmed the location and my phone before telling me I could pick it up in 30 minutes. At no point was price mentioned in this exchange. I had specifically ordered this because I was looking at the website and saw they had a large banner on their site, which stated they specifically had types of large pizzas for $16.99. On arrival at the red-roofed pizza from a small building location, I went inside to pick it up. The server said, "That'll be $27.67. I said, "I'm sorry, I thought your website mentions this large pizza for $16.99. The server says, "Sorry, we don't offer that price over the phone. It's online only." Me, planning my compliance, said, "I'm sorry, you're telling me that if I call in my pizza, it's almost double the cost as ordering online?" They say, "Sorry, the details are on the poster behind you, and you can see the small print in the corner that says online only." The details were, as promised, in very small print on a very large poster. Throughout this, she'd been holding the pizza out towards me, waiting for me to take it after paying. I admit I could have been a bit more polite, but I was a bit hangry and grumpy and just wanted to eat my pizza for the advertised price. I turned abruptly away and left her with the pizza. I walked back to the waiting area and pulled up my phone, placing an order online for the same pizza I had ordered over the phone. I refused to make eye contact, but watched her quizzically looking at me in my peripheral vision, all the while holding my pizza. She turned to put it down, but glanced at her computer, presumably seeing the notification for the same order under the same name with the same cell phone number. She looked from her screen to me, where I sat looking at my phone, watching her out of the corner of my eye. I'd like to think this was our pizza standoff, our duel of wits, our respective slices of stubbornness. After a few drawn-out seconds, she called me back up. She said, "Okay, you can pay for your pizza now. The total comes to $17.83. I paid the $17 in cash, and they handed me the same pizza that they'd been holding the whole time. The pepperoni on the pizza, icing on the cake, was hearing them call into the kitchen just before I walked out. "Don't make that new order for the large Canadian." I'm American and I'm not that large, thank you." You'd expect a little bit better service from red-roofed pizza from a small building location. Our next story is from Jafivial. Little Pig Pieces. This malicious compliance is both very lighthearted and somewhat silly. It took place several years back when I worked in a corporation-owned restaurant. While it wasn't my malicious compliance, I was the trigger for it and the only one there to see the results. First, a little bit of necessary background in case you haven't worked in food service or for a large corporation. For restaurants, food quality, safe handling of products, tools, chemicals, cleanliness, and labels are all very important. If you don't want people to get sick or injured, especially in an environment that's always somehow too small, very hot, very loud, slippery, and full of medieval-era siege repellent, such as hot oil, fire, boiling water, and 9-inch blades, labels are especially important because the person using the item isn't always the same as the one who portioned it out for service. And if not properly labeled, you'd have no way to ensure it was fresh enough to serve safely. Corporate kitchens take this even further and employ third-party auditors for health and safety to ensure everyone is following the standards across all their chains. This isn't a bad thing, although sometimes their standards clash badly with reality. For example, shelled hard-boiled eggs in a brine once opened have a best before date that lasts for a year. The auditors, however, decided that once the pail was opened, they're only good for a single week. There was also no leeway on labeling. Even if the product packaging contained all of the information you would put on a label, it still required a label. This wasn't unreasonable because a standardized label is easier to read, but for very high usage items, where you could go through several packages a day, it could become difficult to ensure this happened, especially during rushes. One of these items is bacon bits, which brings us to our malicious compliance. We had been audited and failed because 3 items were found in one of the fridges that were not properly labeled because, and I quote, "The labels must clearly state the name of the product such that anyone can identify it. It must have the day it was opened/made and the day it expires, and the labeler must print their name." 2 of the labels did not have a labeler's name, and 1 item didn't have the name of the product. The product without a name? Bacon bits. I was put in charge of making sure we passed our next audit, and I took it very seriously. Talking to the others, finding out where pain points and following procedure occurred, and ensuring absolutely everyone got a refresher on the standards. It mostly went well and everyone was getting into the groove, but there was another container of bacon bits missing its name. There were only 2 of us working at the time, so after the lunch rush, I pulled the Bacon Bandit aside to have a heart-to-heart. I said, "Hey Bacon Bandit, I know we were just busy, but you gotta put the name on the bacon bits." They said, "Really? They're used up before the end of the day. There's no way to confuse them with another product. They last for a month. And we just don't have time during 15 minutes, or it's free lunch if we want to get the food out on time." I said, "I understand the reasons why it happened. You're not getting in trouble for this, but the audits can shut us down. And even though it feels unnecessary, labels are protection for both the customers and the company. Everybody has to be on board with this to make it work, and if we can't even label bacon bits, the area manager is going to question why we have the highest paid kitchen staff at our location. Can I count on you to make sure the bacon bits are labeled?" The Bacon Bandit with a big sigh says, "Yeah, I'll do it, but it's still dumb and wastes a lot of time." I say thank you. I appreciate it. A few days later, it's a particularly soggy day, and lo and behold, the auditor shows up for their surprise inspection right in the middle of the lunch rush. I'm by myself on the line, so I'm only able to half keep tabs on them while they're putting out orders. They seem happy with things so far, and just as the lunch rush is ending, they enter the main fridge where dwells the bacon bits. The auditor's in there for a long time, way more time than normal, and when they come out of the fridge, they're grinning ear to ear. Well, that's weird, I think. Then they get our general manager and take them back into the fridge, and now I'm thinking, oh, that can't be a good sign. When they come out, they're both laughing, and I'm completely confused. They go into the office to discuss the results of the audit, and I go into the fridge to try and see if I can figure out what's going on. I go in and everything is labeled, everything is FIFO'd, first in, first out, and everything's stacked in food-safe order. Then I see it. The bacon bits sitting proudly on its shelf in a container clearly labeled for the world to see, mother freaking little pig pieces. Yesterday's date, expiry, Bacon Bandit. We passed the audit with 100% because little pig pieces, and I quote, clearly stated the name of the product such that anyone can identify it. I'm just glad that this auditor had a good sense of humor about it. I could imagine that some with a stick up their butt that's looking to catch somebody could give you some hard time about, oh, well, that's not an accurate name. I'm just glad we could all laugh at this situation. And our final story of the day is from Nameless and Quiet. But you said you didn't want my help, Karen. I'm a bridal consultant at a very popular bridal salon in my town. I have many years of experience and love what I do. Most of the bridal gowns in my shop are special order, meaning they must be ordered before they're made by the designer, and lead times can be anywhere from 4 weeks to 8.5 months. Not everyone knows this when they come shopping for a gown. That's the whole point of me being there. I make sure we can get the dress in time, any desired customizations or alterations are possible, and that the price is within the bride's budget. Well, when this particular bride and her mother stepped into the store, they went immediately to the racks and started ripping through the neatly hung gowns. I introduced myself, explaining that I would be their consultant for the appointment. This bride had a fairly short engagement, around 4.5 months, and I knew that only some of the gowns would be available in time. As I tried to explain to her and her mother the process, she sharply cut me off and told me to just let us shop and leave us alone. I was stunned to be spoken to so rudely, so I did as I was told. Even when I saw them looking at dresses twice her budget that wouldn't arrive until months after her wedding, I never took any of the gowns back to a dressing room or asked her if she'd like to actually try them on. Even after they stood by for a while, clearly waiting for me to take her back to the dressing rooms, I just continued on with my other work as if they didn't exist. Eventually, they realized that I had no intentions of acknowledging or helping them in any way, and they left without getting to try on any gowns. The owner asked me about it after they left, and I told her the whole story. She laughed and said, "Good for you." Honestly, I'm impressed that the owner said good for you. Like, even if these customers are the worst jerks of worst jerks, these gowns obviously aren't cheap. And I imagine a lot of owners, even when being treated that way, would expect their employees to grin and bear it just to try and make that sale. Don't deviate from the flowchart? Okay, if you insist. About a decade ago, I had the misfortune of working in a call center for a company which provided phone, broadband, and satellite TV channels. This was the days before fiber, so the setup was slightly different from what you see these days. To begin with, I worked in customer services doing things like booking pay-per-views, changing billing dates, and upgrading packages. After a year or so, the powers that be decided the whole call center would be trained on phone and broadband tech support, and we would take those calls instead. Lots of people complained because they weren't technical-minded and found the idea of fixing tech issues daunting. I wasn't worried because I'm a massive nerd and was building my own computers from age 12. My dad started teaching me when I was about 8. This new type of call sounded much more interesting, and I was looking forward to it. The staff were told, "Don't worry, we'll train you. It's simple, really." To be fair to them, they were right. Kind of. For those who don't know, the original internet connection, dial-up, was an issue because the phone line was totally used up by the internet connection, meaning you couldn't make calls at the same time as using your glacier-like connection. Broadband revolutionized the system because it allowed both phone and internet to be used at the same time, and it improved the connection speed to allow for more data to be transferred. Think of dial-up as a country road, slow speeds and only one kind of traffic at a time, or you end up with a massive queue of cars, lorries, and tractors clogging the road with no filtering space for motorbikes. Broadband is the equivalent of a dual carriageway. 2 lanes of traffic in each direction means you can get more traffic into your city at higher speeds. The issue with more traffic is that you need to add more road signs to direct it to the correct destination. Phone signals to the phone, broadband signals to the router. To do this, you needed to have a microfilter as the first thing plugged into every single phone port in use in the house. The TV installation, which happened first, did not include a microfilter, and customers would assume the TV installation wouldn't need to be messed with, so they didn't add one when they set up their router. The number one complaint on the tech support line was caused by that filter being missing. It resulted in slow or intermittent broadband connections and static on phone lines and dropped calls. People would phone up and scream at me because the connection was fine to start with, but the phone line's always been bad and now the connection keeps dropping. As I mentioned, most of the staff were upset at being moved from a customer service role to a tech role, so the higher-ups had a troubleshooting system created. It was basically a glorified flowchart with a pretty interface. The issue is that whoever created it didn't think it through. No matter where the problem was with the tech issue, the chances were that the customer would need to be calling on a mobile phone so that the right steps could be followed. Most customers did not call on mobiles because, in those days, calls from mobile phones were expensive. Even calls to landlines, and especially calls to 0845 numbers like call centers. This information was missing from the flowchart, and it meant that if the customer tried to change the way their equipment was connected, or if we ran a line test, it would result in the call dropping because they were disconnecting their landline handset, or we were stopping all signals down the line for a couple of minutes to do the test. It was assumed that we would call our customers back if this happened because it was impressed into us that the point was to solve the tech issue. If the customer has to keep calling back and speaking to different people, then it slowed this process down. The flowchart did not say, call your customer back. The thing with me being kind of techie was that I could usually identify the fault in the first minute of the call based on the symptoms described by the customer, and I seem to have a knack for being able to explain tech issues using accessible language, so the customer understands what's happening without feeling condescended to. This meant that my calls were shorter, more efficient, and my customer satisfaction survey results were high. What's not to like? Well, you know how I mentioned that the powers that be decided to take non-techie people and put them in a tech role? It went about as well as you would expect. The flowchart worked to a point, but people who had no tech knowledge tried to cut corners, and it resulted in problems. Free replacement routers were issued for external line fault problems, which is like replacing the roundabout on an interchange when the problem is a tree on the road 10 miles from there. The engineers were to resolve external faults caused by dead master phone sockets, about as useful as doping roadworks the next town over in an attempt to get more traffic through a flooded slip road at your town's boundary. Repeat calls were up, resolutions were down, customer satisfaction was low for the call center as a whole. There were about 20 of us who were doing well because, of course, I wasn't the only nerd in the call center. We used our common sense and tech know-how to get results. And my team of around 15 was around 50% tech nerd. Our manager loved it because we had the best results of the whole call center and she looked amazing, despite being a Luddite herself. The head office kept trying to get the rest of the call center up to our level. They couldn't figure out why people hired to be glorified phone concierges couldn't fix phone lines. Obviously, the problem must be the staff. Word was issued from on high, thou shalt not deviate from the flowchart. I foolishly thought that they only meant the people with CSATs, which were through the floor. I thought the people who knew what they were talking about would be left to it. Slowly but surely, the rest of the call center's scores started climbing out of the toilet. Our team was still constantly the highest, but the gap wasn't so embarrassingly massive anymore. Others were resisting the flowchart. People at the peak of Mount Stupid on the Dunning-Kruger graph fought the idea that they didn't know enough to act without the dubious support of the, admittedly quite bad, flowchart. Upper management started thinking of ways to make them use it. A new score was added to our stats: adherence to process. Quality control started failing our work if we deviated from the flowchart. My manager started writing me and the others up for it. We tried to explain that the flowchart worked for the people who didn't actually know computers because it methodically went through every possibility over the course of about an hour and a half. If you don't know where the fault is, then eventually you will stumble over the right fix. But when you have some knowledge and can tell within the first 5 seconds that Mr. Smith has accidentally turned off his wireless card, surely it's better customer service to jump right to that. Apparently not. She said that if we deviated from the flowchart again, she would start the disciplinary process, which always and without exception resulted in the person being fired sooner or later. Okay then, no more using our brains. All of us stopped using our prior knowledge to fix the faults quickly. I stopped explaining the issues to the clients. We literally just read the flowchart instructions in all their mind-numbing and typoed glory. I also stopped calling customers back when the line dropped due to flaws in the flowchart. Every time this happened, I would leave a note on the client's profile. Line dropped when doing X test. I've been told never to deviate from the flowchart or I'll be taken to disciplinary stage. There's no instruction to say I can call my customer back, so I didn't. If customer calls back in, test result was Y. One of my colleagues delighted in telling his customers, "Yes, I know exactly what the problem is and it'll only take 5 minutes to fix. But first, I'm required to do these other tests. It will take about 40 minutes to get to the point where I'm allowed to fix your issue. Why? Well, manager has threatened me with unemployment if I use my brain. So I have to go down the line here and it'll take 40 minutes to get to the one that I know will resolve your problem." Suddenly, our team was at the bottom of the CSAT board. Our repeat calls were through the roof. We were the worst performing team in the call center. Our manager was being questioned by upper management about why our scores had plummeted. The head office was going to take us off tech and put us onto debt management lines if we didn't start getting our score back up to where it was. Obviously, it didn't happen. Most of the techie people left the business. I stuck it out long enough to see the tech role removed and the deadlines instated. Just before I started my new job with my current employer, head office sent out their annual feedback survey. I ripped them a new one in brutal feedback, from the micromanaging to inappropriate staff roles for the people hired to predatory upselling to vulnerable customers and unethical debt management practices. I heard that some of the other managers were fired, so it seems other people spoke out too. And there were some top-down changes which fixed some of the superficial issues. Oh, and that terrible flowchart? They prettied it up, added the fiber options, and put it on their website so that people with mobile data can fix their own broadband issues. At least they got rid of the typos first. So, considering the kind of company this is, let's be real, even though OP tried to rip them a new one, they probably don't care. Awful, ain't it? I will never get over how universally hated most ISPs are. Looking at you, Comcast/Xfinity. That said, our final story of the day is Karen Boss desperately needed my uniform back the next day. No excuses. Okay, so a little backstory first. I'm a 20-year-old college student, full-time, doing 23 plus hours a week on top of classes to make ends meet. I live paycheck to paycheck and have a car I was paying off. I used to work at a McDonald's in my hometown, but since I moved to live on campus, which was 45 minutes away from my old job, and I wasn't willing to make the commute. So I decided to apply and got accepted to a small sandwich shop 10 minutes from my college, which was a blessing. It started out great, plenty of hours, easy work, fast days, till the old manager decided to switch stores. The new manager was one of the biggest Karens you have ever met. Like bad. And when I say bad, I really mean it. She completely changed the procedures and made things so much worse. And when I'd have to stay over sometimes 2 to 3 hours after closing, she would burst in the next day yelling, screaming at the top of her lungs. "Stop staying later, you have to be out by 8:30. We won't pay you for any time past then." I had no choice because the list she gave me to do to close the store, alone every night may I add, was extremely time consuming, especially with no help. I was expected to stop serving at 8 and do 5 people's worth of work in 30 minutes. It simply wasn't doable. Hearing I wasn't going to be paid for the time I worked, time I spent making sure everything was done on the list before I left, otherwise I'd be fired for not doing all of it, would go unpaid, as well as I'd be fired if I stayed longer than 8:30, there was no winning. On top of that, the moment management switched, they decided they were giving people too many hours and cut me to only 3 hours a week. That went on for 4 weeks until I decided enough was enough. $45 work weeks wasn't even worth putting in the time and effort to even show up. So on one of my weekends, I was with my parents off campus. I was due to work that day. 3 hours, of course, my only day that week. I was shopping near said sandwich shop. It's located inside a Walmart. My mom and I were discussing for the last week how I should just quit since it seems they're trying to fire me without saying they're firing me, wanting me to leave on my own so they wouldn't need to fill out paperwork. Right then and there, I decided, know what, screw this job and screw my entitled Karen boss. I sent her a text that I quit on the spot and to not expect me to come in that night for my shift. She texted me back ranting about how since I'm not giving her a 2-week notice, I'll never be able to work at one of those sandwich shops again. At that point, I didn't care. I already had to give up my brand new car of only 4 months because I couldn't pay my loan and insurance. It was a nice car too. A white shimmery 2016 Hyundai Sonata. I loved that thing. I told her at some point that week I'd try and get the brand new uniform that, funny enough, they had just given me the week prior, a whole 3.5 months after I started working there to me. But I warned her that my classes run right till before closing. I didn't know when I'd be able to do so. She texted back in what I could only imagine the snarkiest tone possible. "No, I really need that uniform back tomorrow." I told her I'm sorry, but that may not be possible due to my school schedule, and I'm not willing to ditch a class to drop off a few pieces of clothing. She said, "No, you will bring it back tomorrow. Don't even try to lie to me, you were seen in the store the day you quit. No excuses." Okay then, she said no excuses. I didn't want to get into an argument with her over it, and knowing she herself would be closing that day, and my classes ended exactly at 8, I happily complied. I made sure I arrived right as she was closing the lock on the gate. I was bringing the clothes in my reusable shopping bag. I had no throwaway bags, and since she can't take and claim my bag as her own, I was just going to give her the clothes one piece at a time. Knowing she would have to carry them out of the store, juggling them back home, made me happy. When it came time to deliver my uniform to her, all the stars seemed to align perfectly. I arrived at 8:30, caught her on the way out with the outfit, not even in a reusable bag to begin with. As an extra touch of sweet, unplanned irony, it was raining outside. Hard rain. The sidewalks, I guess, were extra slippery and muddy because on my way in, I slipped and landed chest first into the mud. I was mostly spared though, because the clothes were there to break my fall and absorb most of the filth. Dropping off the muddy, loose clothes, seeing her reaction, watching her stomp her feet, wrench in disgust, holding the clothes 10 feet away from her body, huffing and puffing, marching out of the store, and pure shock and disbelief. She didn't even have words for me. It was the sweetest revenge I had ever seen. This did mean I had to buy a whole new set of clothes and change in the Walmart bathroom, but it was all worth it to see her reaction in the end. After I'd returned to my dorm that evening, I sent her a text simply saying, "Enjoy, smiley face," and I blocked her number. Safe to say karma really did pay out on my end. I've heard some similar stories in the past of people that go right into the office and strip right down to their underwear. I imagine some people would probably go work out in the gym in those clothes and then drop them off. It sure is crazy how these people that hand out work uniforms sure do need them back ASAP when you're no longer working there. Pissing off the base commander. When I was 20, I got drafted into the army. I live in the Netherlands and this happened in the 80s. I got trained to be an ambulance driver. 2 months of general training in how to drive a Land Rover, and 2 months of medical training. After that, I was ready to take on any medical emergency that came my way. After my training, I got placed in a staff support platoon, a mismatch of different roles that are there to support the higher army staff in whatever they need. Make coffee, admin, drive them around, tech support, etc., etc. I was their ambulance driver. It was probably helpful when we were at war, but they had no use for me during peacetime. After I got settled on the base where I got stationed, I was called in by my lieutenant, telling me I'd been volunteered to work at the small local military post on our base. I was okay with it, as it gave me something to do during the time I had to serve in the army. It was a small post with a clinic, one permanent doctor and one drafted right out of medical school, and several other grunts like me. Downstairs was our clinic and a few rooms to treat patients. Upstairs, about 12 beds for patients who were sick, but not bad enough that they needed to go to a real hospital. We worked at the clinic and took care of the patients upstairs, and maybe 2 to 3 times a week, I had to pull out with the ambulance we used, more often than not for a planned trip to transport a patient to or from an actual hospital. I started with the rank of soldier, and I was expected to end my 1-year career at the rank of corporal. As you can imagine from the title, that never happened. I didn't hate working at the post. On the contrary, I actually felt I did something useful. And while I was stationed at the post, I learned many practical medical skills, having other soldiers to practice on. But it was a waste of my time. I wanted to start my career in IT, and this was holding me back. I also didn't care much about hierarchy or ranks. I respected my fellow army men and women for who they were, their actions, and how they treated others, not by the number of bars, stars, or stripes. And being an actual medic on our base, I got away with that. We had no roll calls, and I slept in a 2-person bedroom instead of the 12-person one my platoon mates had to use. No inspections, no military training, and wearing white instead of green. Anyways, to the malicious compliance. I was tending to a patient at the clinic. He and his buddy had walked into a door, their words, and it had a glass window that shattered and cut them both up. One pretty bad, and he was treated by our doctor in one of the rooms as he needed quite a few stitches, and as the other soldier only had minor cuts, I treated him on the spot, as no other medical staff were available at that time. The slightly larger cuts I glued shut. For others, a band-aid would suffice. He was sitting on one of the chairs, and I was on one knee in front of him, taking care of a cut on his leg, as I heard somebody walk into the clinic. Without looking up, as I was holding a glued cut together with my fingers until it had set, I politely asked to please take a seat, and that I would be right there. The colonel says, "Do you know who I am? I'm the base commander, Colonel so-and-so." Yes, he actually said that. I can still hear it in my head 35 years later. His booming, indignant voice, full of air of how important he was. I was not impressed at all, mostly annoyed by his attitude, and told him, "Congratulations, please have a seat, and I will get to him once I finish treating the cut I was working on." That was not what he wanted to hear, and he started chewing me out. Finally, I was done with the cut, let go of my fingers, and got up. Ignoring his barrage, I asked him how I could help. The colonel said, "I need to speak to the doctor. I have an appointment." Okay, not an emergency. I explained to the colonel that the doctor was treating a patient who needed urgent medical attention and that he'll have to wait till the doctor finished his treatment. He has none of it and tells me he doesn't have the time to wait. Then he orders me to tell the doctor that his 3 p.m. appointment is waiting for him. I knew the doctor would drop everything and be running to the colonel if he got wind of who it was that was waiting for him. He didn't have that much of a spine, and his career was primarily based on the colonel's input and assessment of him. But the colonel had given me an order, and I had to do it. So I went to the treatment room and put my head in. The doctor was busy stitching up the more injured soldier, and I complied with the colonel's order. I said, "Doctor, your 3 p.m. appointment has arrived." The doctor, not realizing or remembering who the 3 p.m. appointment was, told me irritably to have the patient wait till he finished, and that it could be another 5 to 10 minutes. He repeated what he told me several times before, to only disturb him for emergencies. I go back to the colonel and tell him that the doctor is still busy treating the patient and would be available in about 10 minutes. The colonel was not happy and told me to get the doctor now. I told the colonel that I had explicit instructions to only disturb the doctor in case of an emergency, and that his appointment was not an emergency, he would have to wait. He grumbled, but in the end, sat down till the doctor arrived, and he started berating the doctor about how precious his time was and how he had made him wait. The doctor apologized and almost groveled as they moved into the doctor's office. I had to go upstairs for something, and the colonel had already left after I got down. I did get a good ear washing from the doctor, telling me I should have mentioned to him that it was the colonel who was waiting for him. I argued that it should not matter who was waiting if he was treating a patient who was bleeding all over the place, and that he told me himself that he could only be disturbed for emergencies. I never got that promotion to corporal or even soldier first class. Still worth it. Honestly, in my opinion, although OP didn't suck up and get the promotions as a result of being a suck up, I'd say he did the right thing. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, Boss told me to measure everything, lost the sale. I'm a mechanic at a national chain with the 3 boys. We have a service called brake inspection that's free. I get a 25-cent an hour commission on it, although with this company, we only get paid commission if our commission earnings are greater than our hourly guarantee, and it's averaged for a whole week. So this week, I'm too far behind on commission to make any. I'll just get my hourly. A car rolled in with a complaint of brake squealing. This is pretty common and isn't a serious concern usually, but people want something done, so I'll sell them brakes if they want to waste $600 to get less noise. Anyways, I put the car in the air and spun the back wheel, and it made a pretty bad squeal. The wear indicator seemed to be the cause. I'll rub on the rotor when the pads are too low. Also, I could see that the rotors were really scored pretty deep. Just from that alone, I knew it needed rear pads and rotors, and I would have just quickly checked if the fronts were really bad, so I could suggest that as well. Before I could even do that, my boss says, "Take the wheels off, do a real brake inspection, measure everything." Cue malicious compliance. Now, like I said, I'm not making commission this week, so it doesn't matter to me if I sell work or just hang out. So I pull up the specs for the brake system on that car, and I get to measuring everything. About 45 minutes later, my boss comes by, and I've measured one set of pads and rotors. Thickness at 8 points, parallelism, run out, pad thickness at 4 points, taper longwise, across, and at angles. He asks how it's looking. I mentioned the rotors are within spec for thickness, but out of spec for runout, warped, and parallelism, and the pads are cracked. Basically saying it's good, but it's not a real answer. He comes back after about 90 minutes total, and I'm about to start the last wheel. The customer's grown tired of waiting, and he asks me if I have a recommendation. I say it might need front brakes and probably needs rear, but I'm not done measuring. He comes back a couple minutes later and says the customer decided he wants to leave. Just finish the inspection and roll it out. So I finish up. I recommend rear brakes and suggest front brakes. The customer comes over to get the car for me and says he might come back Monday. Pretty sure we lost the sale. Later, one of the lube techs is bantering with him about how measuring everything, just what is normally on the inspection sheet, takes at least 15 minutes. And the boss is saying it should take 5 to 10 minutes just as I walk in and he says, "Not an hour," and gives me an accusing look. I just reply, "You said measure everything." I mean, this really is sticking it to the boss, but let's be real, it also kind of sucks for the customer. I mean, not only did you waste time for yourself that was inconsequential and didn't matter and you lost the boss's sale, but you did also just kind of run this customer through the ringer and waste their time as well. I guess in the end, it teaches them a valuable lesson about chain auto repair stores. That said, our final story of the day is Childhood Holiday Jam Revenge. This is a small and stupid, yet very lengthy example of malicious compliance, but it felt like a huge win for me at the time and still does. I was a child, maybe 9 or 10. I'm an only child, not much extended family, and both parents were certainly doing their best, having themselves been poorly treated growing up. But sometimes a person's best is still not ideal. I grew up with the kind of parenting style where the kid can never win. There was always some sort of power trip. For example, physical punishments for no clear reason that would increase in severity if I so much as asked what I'd actually done wrong. "You are to never question me." I had to follow weird rules to the absolute letter that didn't make logical sense, but only applied to me. My dad was the most controlling and would often try to intimidate me. Someone once said that he had a small man syndrome, and at the time I guess I was the only one smaller than him. I would cop it if I didn't do exactly what he had said, in exactly the way he had said it. Being pretty bright, I'd learned to find loopholes in his rules, and he couldn't say anything about it if I exploited them, because I'd technically done what he'd asked. This story is about one of those times. I was careful not to do it so often in case he stopped being super literal. To set the scene some more, I was a neglected child. My parents were the right-wing Christian, hippie, anti-vax type, in the sense that I was homeopathically vaccinated. But honestly, they wouldn't make sure I took the full course of what's essentially sugar pills, so I didn't even have the claim of being homeopathically vaccinated to my name. With the ironic exception of homeopathy, sugar in all its forms was the devil. And at some points, I remember not even being allowed things like apple juice because it apparently made me hyper and run around a lot. I grew up on goats and soy milk, not cow's milk because it leaches calcium from the bones. I couldn't be myself. I've since learned I'm naturally peppy, so you have to understand I was fed in a way that discouraged this. Our house was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop on the other side of the house. I had high anxiety and was depressed at a fundamental level. I wasn't encouraged to go on play dates with school friends. I wasn't allowed Barbies in case I tried to be too sexy. I wasn't allowed to watch Sesame Street because Oscar the Grouch has a bad attitude and it might rub off onto me. I would get asked by kids in my class if I was anorexic, and I didn't even know what that meant. On the rare occasions I received lollies or chocolate as a gift or prize, they'd go up to the very top of the pantry, out of reach but within eyesight, for a time when I deserved to enjoy something a little special. They stayed up there for years. Typically that pile was only ever added to. Maybe a couple of times, I remember being allowed to select a single item, literally a single lolly from a party favor lolly bag kind of thing. Occasionally on holiday, I'd get to have something yummy as a treat, but it was usually my mother sharing something with me in a close and secret way, and my dad would never know. One morning on holiday, we were having toast for breakfast. I had 2 pieces of toast on my plate. On the table was a nice proper jam, as well as the usuals, for example Marmite, despite being Australian. As expected, I wasn't permitted jam in my everyday life, and I knew never to ask. But we were on holiday, and it was proper jam, and I hadn't done anything wrong lately, and I thought not being allowed to have jam once was stupid. I asked and was told no. I asked again, adding, "But we're on holiday, and I never get to have jam. Please?" My mother conceded, saying something like, "Oh, come on, we rarely go away, and it's lovely jam with real fruit." But it was my dad that decided this stuff. Eventually he conceded, "Yes, okay, but you can only put jam on 1 piece of toast." I thanked him and repeated, "I can only put the jam on 1 piece of toast with my knife?" He said yes. I clarified again and he said yes, so I did. But he hadn't specified the quantity or the manner in which I had to eat it. I grinned. This big poop-eating grin. I put heaps of jam on that 1 piece of toast. He tried to stop me, but I reminded him of what he'd said. I took the other in my hand and smushed them both together. His eyes bugged out of his head. When I pulled them apart, both pieces had the perfect amount of jam. I said, "Oh wow, I thought I wanted to have my toast as a sandwich actually, but I changed my mind." Oh well, I was then able to enjoy 2 delicious jam toasts. The look on his face was magical. He was angry and tried to tell me off. I reminded him that he'd already confirmed a few times that I could only use the knife to put jam on only the 1 toast. He was flustered because I'd beaten him. My mother had a very amused look on her face, and I think she was a little proud. He couldn't punish me directly for having too much jam, as he hadn't specified the quantity. Technically, I was within the rules. I can't remember what happened afterwards. I wouldn't be surprised if I somehow copped extra for an unrelated thing. Most of my childhood was a weird blur, but there's always a silver lining. I learned to be very quick-witted. I'm very good at noticing discrepancies, logical gaps, and loopholes. I only exploit them if I think the person or their stance is objectively ridiculous. And even then, rarely, it's a power that should only be used for good. Thanks for reading. I mean, the compliance is great and I'm glad OP got to enjoy jam for once in their life, but can we all agree that these parents are awful? That what they were doing was practically abusive? If not legitimately? No kid should have to grow up in an existence like that where they're being denied basic human joys. You want me to work at full capacity? No problem. Can you tell my colleagues to say goodbye to their bonuses? Thanks. I work in a help desk call center as a first-line agent on purpose. My job is easy. We work from home where users can call, email, or chat us, and we fix their most basic computer problems, often resolved by a restart or a redeployment of some sort. I took this job on purpose to get away from a very stressful career that killed my social life and, frankly, my will to live. This job cost me exactly 0 energy, giving me the space and energy to have the social life I've always dreamed of. The pay in this job is based on the languages you provided help in, and because of my language skills and a promotion I'm not allowed to tell my colleagues about, I make more than anyone else in my team. For this simple reason, I refuse to take any promotions that bring more stress, but are not financially compensated, causing me to have worked in first line for 3.5 years now, while most of my colleagues have had promotions. Because this company has a huge turnover, I often get new colleagues and managers. I usually train the new colleagues and have a friendly, cordial relationship with the managers, but I always try to stay private and reserved as much as possible to save all of my energy for after-work activities. Most days I don't talk to anyone. I log in, I work on the tickets, calls, and emails for 50% of the time whilst studying and reading, watching movies or listening to music the rest of the time. What's important to know for this story is that we can get a bonus of up to 10% of our monthly income depending on our productivity. I always get the 10%, but for some newer colleagues it's difficult because the limits are pretty high. If I like a colleague, I'll sometimes help them by closing tickets in their name. I also usually take the more challenging tickets and leave the easier ones for the newer team members. Further bit of information is that the company I work for has their help desk for 12 languages, so to cover all of the languages, we have a team of 8. So now to the malicious compliance. One of the people I trained became the new team leader, which I actually encouraged. The guy is exactly the manager type and understands the job. Unfortunately, the pressure from the operations manager got to him and he started checking our stats, noticing that for about 4 hours per day, there is no activity for me. I explained to him that this is on purpose to give everyone a chance to get their bonus, and that my output is still higher than anyone else in the team. He also noticed that I sometimes close tickets in my colleague's name, for which I couldn't give him a real reason because it's sort of fraud. I just told him I rush sometimes and just didn't notice. He told me no more relaxing times and no more closing tickets in others' names. He actually said he would be checking up on me to make sure I work the full 8 hours I'm paid for. I explained to him that this would be a very bad idea, that the team is doing really well, and that the current status quo is perfectly balanced and he shouldn't upset it. But he was young and reckless. Fine. For the next 2 months, I worked at full capacity, where normally there was a good balance of closing tickets and everyone getting a fair shot at their bonus. Now all of a sudden I did about 70% of the work, leaving very little for my colleagues who, except for one other, both months didn't qualify for their bonuses, causing huge conflicts in the team. I tried to stay out of it, but was soon accused of stealing all of my colleagues' tickets and not giving them a chance to earn their bonuses. I replied professionally to all the accusations via email, making sure to CC all relevant managers, including the operations manager. After 2 months, our new team leader was reassigned, and the status quo returned as it was. Honestly, I would hate to be in OP's position here regardless because, let's be real, having a job where you can take 4 hours off to just chill and watch movies and whatnot sounds kind of awesome. And it kind of sucks being like, okay, I guess I'll have to try hard for a couple of months just to prove a point. To me, it seems like the kind of thing that would end up getting everybody else fired and them expecting you to just keep carrying the load yourself. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, I need a degree to get promoted? Fine, I'll leave to get one. While I was a college student in the 80s, I accepted a job as a second shift computer operator at a large regional bank. The job duties were processing all the checks and payments, printing statements and checks, running all the backups, and so on. On the day I showed up for the job, I learned that I wasn't getting that job, but a lower one, which physically loaded the check readers, loaded printer paper, signed checks, burst forms, and so on. The lead computer operator had apparently threatened to quit if they didn't promote internally and give the job to one of the current people in the position I just ended up in. They later got married, so you can probably figure out her actual motive. But the department manager, Mr. Biggs, my boss's boss, told me that I would be promoted to computer operator as soon as anyone left the position. You guessed it, 2 years later, no one has left the position, and we acquired another regional bank. Our CEO told the CEO of the acquired bank that no employees would be fired, so suddenly, we had an extra computer operator on every shift. But Mr. Biggs insisted that I'd still get promoted because he knew I was the most computer literate employee he had, something he used to his advantage in numerous side projects, which should have been paid at a much higher rate. 6 months later, one of the computer operators finally transferred to the programming department. I asked Mr. Biggs to promote me to the position, and he told me he was working on it. A few months later, he finally tells me that they still have too many computer operators because of the acquisition, and I wouldn't be promoted until more of them left. Clearly, this wasn't working. So a few months later, another position opens in the programming department, and I apply for it. Mr. Big signed the form, allowing me to apply and wished me luck. The interviews went well, and programming wanted to hire me, but a few days later, the computer operator who transferred there told me privately that Mr. Biggs went to the head of programming and asked him to not consider me for the position because I was his best employee and he couldn't afford to lose me. The head of programming told him, "No, I'm going to hire the best person for the job." The next morning, the HR director calls me to say that one of the executive vice presidents wants to interview me for the position. She's flabbergasted because he's never asked to interview anyone of that level and couldn't explain why he wanted to now. After the interview, the HR director called me, apologized profusely, and told me they were giving the position to another candidate because he had a college degree. No, it wasn't related to the position in any way. The degree was from an unaccredited college, which had actually asked me to teach computer courses there, which I'd turned down. Of course, I knew what had really happened, so I told the HR director that I hadn't realized how important a degree was, and that I would immediately switch to part-time instead of full-time so I could take more hours of classes to finish my degree more quickly. There are no part-time positions in Mr. Big's department, so it meant transferring to the department run by his biggest competitor within the company. She transferred me immediately at the same pay I was making in the previous department, and I never worked for Mr. Biggs again. Honestly, I think this is one of those situations where if you find out somebody is actually sabotaging you because they want you to keep working for them, that you need to get out of there by any means possible. God forbid somebody sabotages your verticality potential in the company because they just like you too much at your lowly current position. Our next story is, why yes, I'd love to convert a 10-minute task into a 3-day project. I work in the events department for a large company, projectors, microphones, computers, etc. If it's required for an event, then we handle it, and it probably passes through my workflow for helping to organize. My departments also handle catering for events. While it's not my team specifically, we work side by side. The associate director runs the catering and event coordinators. My manager only runs the AV side and doesn't report to the associate director. Don't ask, it's a messed up org chart that nobody can make sense of. Despite not specifically being part of my job description, I also do the technical side of getting new staff members online within our system, getting their staff account created, and also getting Teams and OneDrive online on their mobile so they can see all their paperwork. And the reason why I'm happy to do this is because with the catering team being a revolving door of staff, normal in my industry, getting them online needs to be done immediately and fast. You can go to the greater IT team to do this, but you can be waiting days for them to get it done. Whereas I can do it within 5 to 10 minutes with them. And staff that aren't online on our system can't work. H&S forms are part of the setup. Therefore, they wouldn't be able to complete the assigned shift. And IT won't touch the request until they show up for their first shift. At which point you'd then wait days for them to get onto it. See the flawed logic here? Note, setting up a new account also involves setting up their personal work email, group email access, system permissions access, and to a limited extent, their access card swipe permissions. Normally this would be done by the security team, but 10 years at a company really comes with its perks of being connected to the right people. And when you want to get something like this done fast, it's often easier for one person with permissions to do it as opposed to multiple people in their own workflows. Second note, if you're asking why a rotating door of catering staff need personal work email and group work email, this account setup is supposed to encompass more than just them. Alright, enough setup. On to the story. Recently, my boss has thrown another bout of trying to micromanage the heck out of my team. We all hate it, but I guess we can just ride this wave out again. The associate director asked me to go to one of our other offices on the other side of the city to set up a group of new staff in one large batch order. My own manager looked at the request, got one of those time for some micromanagement shenanigans faces, I said, "Hey boss, associate director wants me to go to the other office to set up some new staff in the system next week on Friday." The boss says, nope. I need you here in case something happens, OP. Very busy on that day." I said, "There's nothing on the roster for that day, and I'd still be available remotely." Boss says, "Just write the associate director a document about how to get people set up in the system and he can do it himself." I said, are you sure? I do it fast because I'm trained on the system and he isn't. Including travel, I'd only be gone for about 3 to 4 hours. Writing the document on how to get someone set up in the system would take much longer. They say write the document and put everything he needs to know in it. It only needs to be, half a page? Can't be that hard. Everything? Alright, cue malicious compliance. What my boss expected was a half-page written instruction manual on getting a new account created within the system. I don't think I could have kept it that short even if I tried. What followed was a 3-day project writing out the instruction manual for how to get someone set up in the system, which comprised of 34 pages, not half a page. Large portions of it are troubleshooting steps, accounting for different models of phones and likely fixes when they do weird things. iPhones are great because they work. The infinite variations of Android phones can sometimes throw up strange errors, either on the system or within the phone itself. Most of the information in here was collective knowledge I've built up over the years, as well as who else to phone in IT for the most outrageous issues that had to be resolved that I didn't have the permissions for, and who could generally do it immediately. I warned the associate director that this was going to be a very large technical manual, and he should probably read it before heading to the other office. They said, "Isn't it half a page?" I said, "My boss said to put everything in it." They said, "Oh no." What followed was the associate director attempting to take somewhere between 10 to 20 people through this very technically written manual about getting someone set up in the system. To anyone not technically inclined, it could have all have been in a different language for all they could understand it. After 30 minutes, he called me, put me on speakerphone and camera to the new staff and said, "Just do it." Sitting at my computer, I spent the next 40 minutes getting everyone online. Technical support over a phone can be straining, you all know what I mean, and they were fine to start their shifts. Finally, the associate director asks me something in private afterwards. "OP, did it need to be this complicated?" I said, "Actually, I summarized some sections to make it easier. I didn't want to make it difficult for you. Wasn't the intention, but my boss told me to write down everything, so I did." They said, "Good to know. Thanks." Following the weekend, I was notified that when I was requested to go get a new staff member set up, I should find a time that I am available and go do it, irrespective of other tasks. Not sure what happened up top, but I think my boss got a very heavy smack for it. Honestly, I'm impressed that it took 34 pages. I mean, I guess it's, very specific instructions on multiple platforms on 4 or 5 different things. But it still definitely doesn't feel like it should have taken 34 pages to write out all the instructions. I think maybe OP took everything a little too literally. That said, our final story of the day is, I don't want him to do it. I work the window and take orders at Mendy's. Every day is another treasure box of joy and despair, ready to be opened. Today, this box popped open like a snake-shaped insult in a can. I take orders, I make drinks, I collect on occasion, and if I'm really on top of my game, I'll assemble the chilies, with gloves of course. Today I decide to assemble the 3 chilies, ready to go out to the customer pulling up to the window. As the window opened, they saw me pouring their chili and yelled, "I don't want those, I don't want him to do it." My manager was collecting and told them to hold on a moment. I have no idea why they were bugging. My manager echoed this sentiment. I took the chili I already poured them, poured it back into the pot from whence it came, poured it slowly from high up, then handed the empty chili cups to my ungloved manager, who did his best to scoop the exact same chili into those 3 cups. The best part is that while my manager was scooping away, I had to collect, meaning I was now 10 feet closer to them, handing them their food directly, speaking to them directly. They clearly did not like this. They trumped through the rest of the transactions, looking at their chili like it's radioactive. I was nice as pie to them and enjoyed that moment of pettiness a little too much as they hobbled off into the sunset in their Mercury Tracer. To this day, I don't know what their problem was with me. Unless OP is like drenched in sweat or there's like snot dribbling out their nose, I don't get what the problem here was. The bottom line, people are weird. If my work is that bad, then it would be better for everyone if I quit. My last job was okay, but not fantastic. We were always short-staffed, and as a result, we had to make up any time lost due to absence or illness. But the real trial was our boss, who was one of those seagull bosses, always wanting drastic changes to everything, no matter how unnecessary they were or how much harder it would make our work. He also constantly threatened to fire people. I'd had a screw-up the previous year. I admit it was on me, and my supervisor, a very good one, helped me to sort it out and make sure it didn't happen again. But we had received some customer complaints, and I was paranoid about getting more, and oh boy did the boss like to hold that over my head. Anyway, more than a year later, and I apply on a whim to a very well-regarded company in my town. To my surprise, I get the position. It's much better run and organized, so it's a great deal. But I do feel a bit bad for my old work since we're about to hit a very busy season. At least until my boss called and said he'd received a complaint about me and I needed to shape up or I'd be fired. I was really upset. But then, wait a minute, it's been the dead season just now. I haven't done anything to get complaints. I messaged my supervisor and yep, no complaints since the last year. Boss was either making it up or pretending the complaints were from this year. So I decided this was the perfect opportunity. I messaged my boss and told him that since there were so many complaints and I wasn't getting any better, it would be best for me to step down from my role, as I obviously could not do it. Immediate backpedal on his part. Suddenly the complaints didn't mean anything. I could get a raise, sick leave, anything. Since it wouldn't be the first time he'd promised us the moon and delivered a bowl of dirt, I didn't budge. He'd been telling me all year that I was on the verge of being fired and wasn't good enough for my role, so it was best I go. He hung up and got the poor supervisor to call instead, and she twigged pretty quickly when I mentioned where I'd be working now, and all but said that if she got the chance, she'd jump ship for that too. Anyways, been at my new work for 2 years now, and it's great. No regrets. I'm guessing their threats were to try to keep these people working hard, or not getting too comfortable with their job. But like OP, I'd rather quit than work with that. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? No pass? No entry. This happened quite a few years ago. I started a new job in IT support. After a couple of weeks training and orientation, I was put on my first early shift. IT support were always the first in the building to make sure all the systems were good before the working day started. So I was given my own key to the front door to unlock the building. The entrance had a kind of airlock system. The outer door was unlocked, but then there was another automatic door that needed a swipe card to open it. Everything was fine for the first few days. Entered the building, got on with the work. Then, this particular morning, as I unlocked the door, the head of HR walked up behind me. I recognized him as he had sat in on my job interview. I said, "Good morning," swiped my card and walked in. He followed me. As soon as we were in the building, he pulled me up and told me I shouldn't have let him in without him swiping his pass. His argument was that he might have been fired the day before, so that might have been trespassing. The swipe card system wasn't used to monitor people's work hours or anything like that. I apologized profusely, and he said he'd let it go this time as I was new. Fast forward 2 weeks, I'm unlocking the door, and a complete stranger walks up behind me and tried to follow me in. I turn around and ask him to use his pass. He says he's forgotten it. I say, then I can't let you in. Then he drops the bombshell, but I'm the CEO. I apologize and say sorry. I only have your word for that, and I'm under strict instructions from the head of HR not to let anybody in without a pass on pain of disciplinary action. He got quite angry and said again he was the CEO. I apologized again, but left him in the airlock with a face like thunder and heard him shout something like, "I'll have your job for this," as I walked away. Later that day, I got a phone call from the head of HR. I thought he was going to bollock me, but instead, he said that I did the right thing and that he was going to get the CEO to apologize to me. I did get a short email from the CEO to that effect later in the day. Sometimes, even in the face of adversity, you've got to do the things you know are right, even if it's somebody with authority that's trying to talk you down. And who knows, maybe this could have been a huge test. Send the CEO in as a dummy and see if somebody's foolish enough to ignore the policy. Do your job fast. Oh, and also right. Years ago, I worked as a subcontractor testing groundwater wells. Fresh out of college, I was just happy to get a job post '08 crash and was fairly naive about work climate, workload expectations, and work-life balance. I got hired on as a field technician for a subcontracting company that tested groundwater wells, servicing a wide range of environmental consulting firms, oil and gas, and state agencies. We typically ran solo, pumping wells, sampling, and shipping samples off, and the hours in work could be grueling. As I try my best to follow standard operating procedures, my project managers consistently complain about my pace of work. I'm regularly running overtime by a few hours each week, and they make it clear that they'd prefer I work fast enough to complete each day within 8 hours, because, of course, you want to get home at a reasonable hour every day. They even go so far as to give me a time limit per groundwater well that would ideally bring me home each day before overtime. Except they don't account for big city traffic control that we set up if sampling in the street, groundwater well recharge rates varying seasonally, etc. At about 6 months of trying my best to fulfill their expectations, I realized the managers either want me to outright lie on my paperwork, skip my own lunch, or skip steps in the outlined workflow to achieve their goal of bringing me home on time each day. Cue malicious compliance. I continue to show up and start my day at 4:30 a.m. to beat traffic in the morning, but now I didn't do anything in a rush. I carefully followed every step outlined by our standard operating procedures. I take my full 30-minute lunch break and bathroom breaks whenever I feel the need. I'd chop it up with the auditors if they showed up on site. Basically, I did my job, did it correctly, and without a rush, which, unfortunately for the company's payroll, always had me sitting in rush hour traffic at the end of the day, logging in 12 to 14-hour days, 5 days a week. My peak was 72 hours worked in 1 week. The company was in such desperate need of workers because of high turnover that they couldn't let me go. The project managers gave up on trying to push me to move fast, and as a single guy, I loved the cash machine I discovered. Come to find out, the company was abusive to a lot of my coworkers. I stayed for the year of experience, made good money, and quit. I moved on to bigger and better, but always treat any subs I work with to lunch. I just loathe the idea of working in a job where you're expected to work, as hard as 2 or 3 people, get done on time, have pressure placed on you to skip lunch breaks, bathroom breaks. I mean, when you hear the stories of people who work for a certain large online retailer having to go and pee in bottles just to make it work, it's just insane. A treasure chest. So a few years back, on a rainy morning, I was driving to work. I had a turn coming up and the car behind me was riding my tail very close. Me being the little anxiety ball I was, didn't slow down nearly enough for the rain. I ended up running off the road, into a ditch, and hitting a plastic sign. This was my first accident. I was mortified and a bit shaken up. I ended up not having any damage to my vehicle and didn't have to file a report. Fast forward to me at my second job and I'm telling a coworker about my experience. As it turns out, the sign I hit belonged to the company her boyfriend worked at. I asked her to apologize for me and went about my day. This being my first accident, or really incident of any kind, I didn't think to reach out and offer compensation for the destroyed property. I was quite young and naive. Fast forward again to a week or so later, and I got a call at my second job. Someone who worked at the company of that destroyed sign was on the other end. When I answered, he immediately started yelling that I had destroyed their property, I hadn't reached out to them, and that I needed to immediately pay $75 or they were going to call law enforcement on me. I was more than happy to pay and put up no resistance at all, but was quite perturbed that he immediately started to threaten me before giving me a chance to explain, apologize, or agree to pay. Cue malicious compliance. That night, I went to the bank and explained the situation to the teller. I told her I needed to withdraw $75, but I wanted it in pennies. After hearing what happened, she suggested I do it in nickels because they weigh more. So I ended up getting $74 in nickels and $1 in pennies. But it doesn't stop there. After receiving the coins, neatly rolled, I unrolled every single one and collected them into a box. The next day at work, a man came to pick up the money. I pointed at the cardboard box. He picked it up with a puzzled look, but didn't open it and didn't say anything. The next day, a woman and her kids came over. Turns out she was the wife of the owner, and she wanted to understand why I gave all coins. I explained my side of the story and why I was so upset. She ended up apologizing for the way I was treated and said that her kids thought that they'd found a treasure chest when they opened the box. It worked out in the end, but if I could redo it, I would have been more upfront instead of malicious compliance. I'm almost certainly willing to bet that this was an empty threat by the company, so I don't really blame OP for doing what they did. Because let's be real, if the sign replacement costs $75, I highly doubt that they're actually going to call law enforcement and deal with all that. Because at that point it becomes a grander situation where all of a sudden they have the burden of proof. And also the cops have to be interested enough in a $75 sign to even go along with it. As you wish. This happened a couple or 3 decades ago in the military. I was in charge of the squadron budget and made sure that all unit expenditures were proper, right funds account, and funds were available. I was also to make sure that our budget lasted the whole fiscal year. We got a new commander who was the worst micromanager I saw in my 20-year career. I made an appointment for my initial budget brief and proceeded to lay out our current expenditures, funding available, and the plans to spend it all by the end of the fiscal year. My new commander then tells me that he wants oversight on every penny spent in the squadron. I said I could do that, but I needed some clarification. He said very condescendingly, "Did you not hear me, Sergeant? I said every penny. I will approve every penny spent in this squadron before it is spent." I said, "Yes, sir. Do you want me to send paper requests or email them to you?" He said email would be sufficient and dismissed me. I knew exactly what to do. I called all the bosses who ran the different shops and told them what the commander had said and that I had no choice but to comply. None of them were happy, and a couple of them caught the tone of my voice and figured out what I was doing. I even told the squadron chief what was going to happen, and he told me that he would have my back. So, I took all 27 spending accounts down to $0 available. Even the most critical aircraft parts couldn't be ordered until they sent me an email, which I forwarded to the commander. He never once responded. It took 2 weeks for everything to hit the fan. It was longer than I thought it would take, and I was starting to get nervous. We were in a staff meeting, and the commander was pissed. He had just gotten his butt chewed by the colonel because of all the broke airplanes waiting on parts to be bought. He turned to the first flight chief and asked him why he had so much equipment that wasn't getting fixed. The chief said with a straight dead poker face, "Sergeant so-and-so won't approve us buying any parts." The commander whipped his head towards me and angrily asked what the problem was. I looked him straight in the eye and said, "Sir, I sent those requests to you 2 weeks ago." You could see the color drain from his face as he quickly looked down. "We'll talk about this after the meeting." I kept my straight face, and I swear that I heard more than one muffled chuckle from the chiefs at the conference table. When the meeting was over, the commander told me to meet him in his office. The chief that threw me under the bus winked at me and smiled. I walked in right behind the boss and reported formally. We normally only do this if we were in trouble or getting praise, but this guy insisted on it from everyone every time. "Mike," apparently I was now on a first name basis, "you seem to have a pretty firm grasp on the budget and what the flights need. I think you can approve the normal day-to-day stuff and just bring the big things to me." "Yes, sir," was all I could say without busting out in laughter. Every request was approved and ordered within an hour, and I was never questioned again. When you have some demanding boss, somebody who always finds something to call you out on, there's not much more a thing satisfying than watching them display their total incompetence. Even more so if you can be the one to call it out to them like OP did. Do you want it done right, or do you just want deniability if someone tries to sue? Many years ago, I got a temp job at a local soap shop. You know, the fancy kind where it's £5 for a bar of handmade soap. The manager didn't like me. I did things thoroughly and methodically, not quickly and good enough for now. I also have a very good memory, and I remember things people say and do, especially if those things don't add up. The manager would exaggerate things that make her look good, and conveniently forget things which didn't go her way. I thought she had made a genuine mistake, so I corrected her once, and she never forgave me. It was time for the monthly deep clean, and I was tasked with doing the stairs. The shop had a metal spiral staircase which led up to the storeroom, and we had to go up and down it with massive jugs of warm water so that the customers could try the products. Given the nature of the products, there was also soap flakes everywhere, and they got stuck to this high traffic area. There was about 1/4 of a centimeter of soap caked onto each step. The manager explained in front of most of the staff how important this job was and that it had to be done right. People could get hurt, you see, and you don't want that, do you, OP? She spent more time than was necessary, making it very clear that if someone got hurt, then I would be to blame. It was also the most isolating and tedious job. It was obvious that this was revenge for my humiliating the manager. Fine. I went into my little world and started scraping. She wanted all the soap gone. I would remove every scrap of soap. Half an hour later, I had done a couple of steps, and I was told that I was being too slow. She suggested that not all of the soap needed to be removed, only enough to make it less slippery. I replied that no, I was doing it properly. The soap on the second layer is just as slippery as the soap on the top layer, so if this was a safety concern, then obviously I needed to remove all of the soap. I reminded her that she didn't want anyone to get hurt. The manager continued to criticize me for another half an hour until she had no choice but to swap me with someone else. She had publicly made a big deal of how important the job was, so now she couldn't backtrack and leave it. A few days later, she spilled a full basin of water down the stairs. The 4 steps I'd cleaned were safe to walk on. All the steps she had assigned to someone else, another 6 or so, were slippery as all heck, and she slid down the stairs on her back. She was off work for several weeks, and when she came back, she tried to blame me for not doing the job properly. I reminded her that she slipped on the stairs which were cleaned by someone else and that I was pulled off the task for being too thorough. Fortunately, it was a temp job and I moved on after a couple of months. She still works there, and I've noticed that none of the other staff last more than a year or two. It's no great surprise to me that people only last a year or two. If they hadn't managed to somehow go and get themselves fired by that manager, Lord knows they themselves would be looking to leave as soon as they could. Our next story is, do you trust us? I've worked in IT at universities most of my career. Several years ago, I transferred to a new university to try something new. I immediately regretted it for several reasons. 1, the entire department was under review from HR for low morale. A survey was sent to the staff to gauge morale. I later learned that the VP had been demoted because of it before I was hired. 2, the new director barely spoke to me when hired and had her door shut for almost 3 straight days. 3, I was asked to consider which of my staff I wanted to replace, fire, to better help with the new software implementation. Later learned that they'd had several lawsuits for wrongful dismissal. 4, I had 2 staff that lived 90 minutes away that frequently asked to work from home during inclement weather. I was told to be strict about this and deny their requests. Of course, if my staff called or texted the director, she would cave and let them. 5, my director received a promotion, executive director, and a consultant was hired as our new director. She was a consultant with the very company whose software we were implementing. Foreshadowing. Now comes the craziness. The VP brought in a group therapist to meet with all of the managers. We learned about team building and that a good team has a foundation of trust. We had several managerial meetings after this, where our old director and the VP would grill the mid-level managers about trust. We were asked bluntly, who doesn't trust us? Everybody was afraid to speak up. My anxiety was now through the roof. I had to be put on medication just to help me get out the front door to go to work. I couldn't quit because I needed health insurance for my family, pre-Obamacare. Now comes the malicious compliance. They continued to berate us about how trust was key over several meetings. Who doesn't trust us? I finally raised my hand. You asked, so I'll answer you. I said, I don't trust you. I've been in meetings where you've belittled and made fun of our staff in front of vendors and clients. Who knows what's being said about me when I'm not in the room? You have unrealistic expectations and the lowest morale of any place I've worked. Trust needs to be earned. They were a bit shocked that I'd answered them. I was fired within 2 weeks. I was well liked by my colleagues, which meant that whatever trust was still out there crumbled immediately. They replaced me with a consultant from the same software company. He was fired within a month. Trust was now completely abandoned. Within the next year, 75% of my department either quit or retired. Thankfully, I had already started interviewing for positions before being fired. I found one within 2 months and have been there for 10 years. Best job I've ever had. Unfortunately, they're still up to the same shenanigans. Just recently, 10 plus years later, the university fired the whole IT division and outsourced them to the same software/consulting company. The whole university's in financial hot water, having to cut 14 academic programs. I love that their focus on trust was never really about trust, but about compliance, about submission. I think every time they had these meetings where they shoved the word trust in front of everybody, and they had everybody sitting there and they said, "Who doesn't trust us?" They're basically standing up there at the podium saying, "Who isn't going to follow my orders?" I'm glad OP was willing to call them out. Our next story is, some can be taught, others have to screw up first. A customer called up to place an order on October 10th, 2022. I said, "Good afternoon, Widgets International. This is Squid. How can I help you?" Chuckles says, "Hi, this is Chuckles, and I'd like to place an order for widgets for everything and a bag of widgets, location number 12345. After the order is placed, I say, "All right, what's the PO number?" They say the PO is 101022. I said, "Are you sure, sir? Everything in a bag of widgets corporate usually requires a 7-digit PO number, and this looks like today's date." Chuckles says, "You're new, aren't you? Don't worry about it, it'll be fine." I am most definitely not new, and it will not be fine, but okay, sure. I say, "Very well, sir. The order's been placed. The order number is ABCEZAS123. You should receive it in about 2 weeks." I place an internal note on the order describing the conversation. 2 weeks later, I was lucky enough to learn about the fallout of the above conversation when I take the following call. I say, "Good afternoon, Widgets International. This is Squid. How can I help you?" They say, "Hi, this is Chuckles from Everything in a Bag of Widgets, number 12345, and I want to know why I haven't received my order yet." I say, "Let me look that up, sir." I check the notes, recognizing the order. I say, "It looks like it's been delayed." They say, "Probably because of the girl I placed the order with. She was kinda clueless. ... Yes, I'm sorry about that, sir. She's new and not terribly bright. Let me see if I can find the exact reason the order was delayed." I dig deeper into the notes and say, "Here we are. It looks like the order's been delayed because we don't have a PO number." They say, "I gave the girl a PO number." I say, "Sorry, sir. I mean, we don't have a legitimate PO number. Everything in a Bag of Widgets corporate rejected it because it wasn't 7 digits. And, because it was just the date you placed the order. Sorry, sir. The girl you spoke to should have caught that. We'll really need a new PO number." They say, "Really? Oh, sorry. Let me generate a new PO number for you." Then they say, "Okay, the PO number is 2460137. I say, "Thank you, sir. I've updated the order. You should have it in about a week." They say, "So long? I placed the order 2 weeks ago." I say, "Sorry, sir. Some people won't listen until you repeat yourself multiple times. I'll make sure the girl knows what she did wrong, and I'll rush this order as much as possible." They say, "Thanks. You've been a great help." This story's great. I just wish that Chuckles here could have understood what they did wrong. In the end, Chuckles is like, "Oh, well, that was chipper. I'm sure glad they could help us out, and that girl sure was dumb." I just wish Chuckles left, knowing that they were a fool to begin with. This next story is Micromanaging 101. I'm an amused bystander to this. I was working on a compliance project at the time. The practice had consisted of a single compliance officer, but the company had grown and responsibilities had been split up into multiple departments. The person who had once run the entire practice alone was having a hard time handing off responsibilities to the newly created departments, and would find petty ways to claw back control at any time. This person would also panic about investigations that could prove that previous work had not been done consistently, so they would revise procedures, definitions, department requirements, etc., to suit whatever agenda happened to be at play. Sometimes this meant ignoring important things, sometimes this meant filing unnecessary reports. Things changed on a weekly basis. For some unfathomable reason, this person was very concerned about in-person coverage. This entire department had worked remotely throughout COVID. All other departments continued to work remotely. This department had to be in the office, period. To make things worse, working hours were defined as 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. with a 1-hour break. On multiple occasions, this person would complain, claiming someone had mentioned that the department was deserted before 5 p.m. on Fridays, the day before holidays, etc. Didn't matter that the staff was working around 60 hours. Also didn't matter that there was nobody there to complain, as this was the only department on site. There were duties, which occasionally required someone to be on call until 6 or 7 p.m. On-call staffers suggested that the person responsible could start late on those days, but no, the workday starts at 8 a.m., no exceptions. The 2 hourly staffers took 2 to 3 hour lunch breaks so that they could still cover the required 8 a.m. start date, be available until 7 p.m., and still meet their no OT requirements. The salary-exempt staff wasn't having any of it though. Calls were no longer answered because staff was to work from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and there was to be no flexibility regarding attendance. Staff got tired of this and mutually agreed to give this person exactly what they asked for. They started sending group texts of their work lock screens, showing that they were at their desks at 8 a.m. They had sent texts showing that their computers had been locked at 5:01 p.m. I was briefly on this text chain and had to mute it due to the barrage of daily petty texts. The individual in question intended to mean that staff had to be there at least between those hours. Unpaid overtime was totally reasonable, but there was to be no concession made to allow staff some flexibility in the way they split up their working hours. That couldn't be said for obvious reasons, so they harped on the 5 p.m. minimum end to work days. As you can imagine, this was followed by a wave of resignations. Over a 6-month period, the department collapsed, leaving them with less staff than they had before the expansion. Great for us, we ended up winning a lucrative contract to manage and rebuild their entire practice. The staffer responsible for this great resignation was found to be incompetent. After their work started to get reviewed independently, the sheer volume of missed issues became impossible to justify, and this person was eventually quietly replaced. I honestly do think the future is going to start moving more towards work from home, and situations like this could easily be remedied or at least made a little bit nicer by shifting to a work from home environment. I mean, if you're trying to get unpaid overtime from people, maybe they'd be a little bit more willing to do it from the comfort of their home. That said, our final story of the day is union overtime. I worked in a factory on afternoon shift, 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. In another department were 2 lazy guys. Their department was pretty much fully staffed, and their job was to basically clean the department, make sure raw materials were available for the next day, that sort of thing. On Fridays, the day shift were often asked to work overtime on Saturdays, starting with the most senior employees and working down the list. These 2 guys were never asked, usually because by the time they arrived for their Friday evening shift, there were enough day shift volunteers to cover what was needed. They discovered that some of the day shift volunteers had less seniority than they did, so they kept their mouths shut, and for months they recorded each Saturday that a less senior employee worked. Then they filed a grievance stating that they missed out on the overtime because they weren't asked and should be compensated for all those Saturdays. The company said, okay, then cited a clause in the contract that said they were only liable for only 30 calendar days, as it was the employee's responsibility to bring any wage errors to the company in a timely manner. In that past month, there was 1 Saturday that a less senior employee worked a Saturday, so they paid each of these guys a day's worth of overtime. Then, the company transferred these guys back to day shift. They objected to the transfer and lost, as it was an ironclad in the contract that the company has the right to assign employees where they were needed. Both had preschool kids and both had wives that worked days. Dad would watch the kids while mom was at work. Then a babysitter or family member would come in and watch them for a couple of hours between when dad left for work and mom returned home. Not anymore. They had to arrange daycare for the full day at considerable expense. Mom had to leave early to drop off the kids, and Dad had to pick them up on the way home. But they did manage to profit that single day's worth of overtime. This is definitely a situation where they should have known they had a good thing going. If things are good enough, there's no need to rock the boat. I say just ride the lazy river while you can. Solar installer got tired of me being frustrated with them. Back at the start of this year, I decided to get solar panels after putting it off for a few years, since several solar companies kept giving me bad vibes due to being too pushy. I ended up with my choice through my bank, which I've always had a good customer-focused experience with. Unfortunately, it started off badly. The customer service liaison was either way too busy or just didn't care much. I ended up getting COVID right as I got a hold of him, so some video he needed to decide how cabling could be run indoors through stairwells together with other wiring as I wanted versus the front of the house, literally took everything from me as I was being rushed, because if I accepted quickly still, they'd install it before the summer, which would have been great given the rising energy prices. Alas, I accepted, and they had no installer time slots left. So I patiently waited while feeling frustrated until late August. Summer was gone, but it was my turn at last. This came with a replacement for a different brand of inverters, the stated reason being that there was a defect with the old ones. But when I asked their customer service for more information, they said it was because they ran out. So I felt lied to and more distrustful by the minute. But eventually they convinced me the original excuse was technically correct, because that's what they discovered earlier this year. While I wasn't very happy about the entire situation, spelunking through some solar communities seemed to confirm that, based on the somewhat contrary specs shown on the few different brochures I'd been sent, this different brand of solar and inverters were indeed okay products. First came a subcontractor to modernize my fuse box because my old one wasn't suitable for solar. Swell dudes. I had my best experience with them. The trainee ended up hammering the paint off my wall because apparently the original builders back in the 80s decided to save some space and not include a backing plate. But they ran off to buy some drywall and fixed it up neatly, save for the paint, and I couldn't blame them for what was a pretty unique circumstance, unique to my residence. Several days later come the actual contractors that install the actual solar panels and system. Polish guys, nice guys, but I got very frustrated with them really quick early on for two reasons that are not the language barrier. The first is that I apparently needed to have a certain amount of roof tiles ready in reserve. That was news to me. My contact liaison never told me that. They threatened to leave and come another day, which I wasn't happy about because I refused to be put on hold until whatever the heck they'd have time again. But I was thankfully able to get my neighbor to come home so I could use his roof tiles, since I couldn't find my own in that unexpected rush. Later that day, I managed to find my own roof tiles, as well as got their customer service to send me the service terms that their website didn't have available for download. So it was no wonder that I didn't see this request anywhere beforehand, but I digress. Secondly, the leading guy was very insistent on running the power line across the front facade. It's easier for us, but that is ugly as heck. Since both my direct neighbors had their own solar installed, one over a year ago, the other just 2 weeks earlier, without any such ugly cabling on the facade, I demanded they do it through the inside. Since it was clearly possible, I could tell them exactly where to run it through the inside, parallel to some heating pipes, all these houses in a corner in the room right above the fuse box. I even went to verify with my neighbors on the day to show them screenshots. But okay, I finally convinced that guy after I had to manually remove some panels from my attic because they refused to touch those and needed to see what was going on behind them. The fact that I could understand their limitations did not preclude me from being very upset with the accumulating nonsense, but the final frustration of that particular appointment was that my setup to be 4 panels on either side of my east/west facing roof, requiring 1 inverter for each side, couldn't complete its installation because they only brought a single inverter. So for the other 4 solar panels, which were also a different model than I ordered, although apparently was slightly better going by the wattage rating, couldn't be mounted because the inverter had to be installed underneath. So now I had expensive solar panels sitting in my backyard, stormy weather, and a promise that they'd come by the next week to finish the installation. The Polish guy requested that I please not call the company because of the trouble with installing, and I decided I'd give these guys the benefit of the doubt. By the time 14 days had passed, I called customer service because I felt forgotten about. They plan in a new appointment. The next day, I go over to some buddies to hang out and stay like till 8 p.m. At which point, I see I had a bunch of missed calls from a Polish number, as well as my neighbor trying to reach me for what turned out to be them suddenly rocking up to finish the installation. Being one of those people who actually puts his phone on silent and doesn't look at it while socializing, I lost my one opportunity to get it done quickly. On the last day of September, the new installer agreed date happens and everything finally gets installed and is shown to work. The end, right? And then he lived happily ever after. As the performance readouts are done through a cloud-based system, the Polish contractors had created me an account for this monitoring system that wasn't technically correct as several things were wrong with it. I didn't even get a chance to mail them about those issues before I got an email the very next day giving me a new set of logins with a far uglier username, but I digress, that replaced the previous account. Some of the mistakes were fixed. The one that wasn't is what this entire post is about. I emailed my customer liaison to explain that the physical map of my setup was incorrect and that I'd like it fixed and how I'd like it fixed for future reference. I also discuss another technical issue that pisses me off and I want it fixed, but I'm omitting that from this post because it's enough of a long mess as it is, even though they keep mishandling their responses to that one equally as much as this post's topic. 10 days passed, no response. I wasn't too surprised, although their help desk kept asking me to please contact the customer liaison instead of calling them each time I called for actual answers during all the chaos described up above. I already knew this guy was either overwhelmed by or outright unsuitable for his job. Then I received the final bill with payment instructions. So I decided to respond to their financial department with a copy of my original email and saying that I'm not paying until all the details are correct. There's 14 days time to pay anyways, and given their performance so far, I feel like the financial carrot will actually get them to listen. I finally get an answer to my email the next day. What a surprise! The technician insists it's already correct and includes a clarification of the setup, which I've annotated with all other information regarding my setup for clarity in this tale. I repeat my arguments, request and instructions, which is basically compass points north, but my solar panels, like my house, face east and west. I want them to either fix the compass north to point left, or rotate all the panels to the right, resulting in 2 different columns instead of 2 rows. Being rather frustrated at this point, I also asked if I was speaking in tongues because I didn't think that I was that bad at communicating my needs and desires, and I felt that their company was utterly sucking when it came to communicating with me. Yes, at this point I was treating the company, and by proxy the technician, like a 5-year-old who needed me to spell out exactly what he needed to do because he clearly had trouble understanding my previous email despite its 5-line simplicity. The week passes, I guess expediency disappeared again, but I do get an answer. Solar panels rotated 90 degrees to the right, including the text and present readouts themselves. At this point, I facepalmed so hard. Yeah, I kind of deserved that. He literally did as I suggested to rotate by 90 degrees, but it's obviously not what I meant. I didn't even know the texts could be rotated too. I complimented him on his malicious compliance, told him he made me smile and asked them to fix it properly. He'd also sent me a video in regards to my other issue that I've omitted, and that one didn't address my issue either. So yeah. So many days and emails gone by, and we're still at an 0-2 success rate in regards to solving problems. But I said I'd pay because, fine. He made me smile. Well, that and I just didn't want the legal nonsense of being late for paying, since the system as a whole was operational, and these remaining issues are unlikely to be fair to withhold payment over. Yet another few days later, and I have a gem together with an apology that he's not very familiar with this system. No crap. Throughout my many interactions, I've already realized their various documentations don't include references to this brand I'd installed whatsoever. My building and house aren't perfectly north and south aligned according to Google Maps, so I guess he's right to slant it, but if I use Google Maps as my indicator, the real slant is probably midway between a true vertical line and what he produced for me. Meanwhile, for my other undiscussed issue, he now gave me credentials to a special installer account to use with an installer app that, thankfully for operational security, seems to be limited to a test site that can't access the data from my own account. So God knows what use that's going to be for me. I've got a distinct sense that he just wants to be rid of me by offering me direct access to the back-end stuff, which isn't direct access. My apologies on how long this post ended up. This was apparently one of those rants that I've been sitting on for the past few months. More than necessarily malicious compliance, I see this as like OP just venting their frustrations. I mean, let's be fair, if any of us tries to make some big change to their house, most of us are probably going to feel pretty winded and stressed if this is like an ongoing multi-month thing. The details are never right, you have to keep petitioning for things to be done in a nice, proper way. I definitely don't blame OP for being exhausted. It just especially sucks to realize you demanded something that they gave you, and to be fair, you were wrong to begin with to demand that, which is directly what caused the screw-up on the orientation of some of these panels. By the way, if you're enjoying these stories, make sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons down below so you never miss any of my daily videos. That said, our next story is from Micro Child. Thanks for telling me what to do with my clothes. So, I recently went on a trip to the States. I'm from Latin America, and it's kind of a famous family trip to go to Florida, to cities such as Orlando and Miami to buy things cheaper in outlets, retail shops, and thrift shops. On to the story. My family and I were on a retail shop, one of those amazingly big ones. I picked a lot of things, I can't lie. After I tried on most of them in the dressing rooms, I took them all outside with me and told the lady at the front of these rooms that I'd be talking and seeing with my mom which things I'd actually buy. She then told me that all the other clothes I wouldn't be using and taking with me, I could return them to the place she was at in the moment, the front desk of the dressing rooms, and that she would return them to their respective place. Lo and behold, I checked which things I'd be buying and returned to this place. However, this kind lady from before was gone, and instead there was this other Latina with a freaking attitude. I mentioned she was Latina because I've kind of realized on the trips I've made to the USA, and through what other Latinos from there have told me, that Latin American people who live there are quite competitive with each other and don't really help one another out. It's even clearer if you're not a resident and just visiting. They look at you like they're almighty and have achieved the American dream because they somehow got a resident visa, or at least got away with being illegals. Back to the story, I came back to the dressing rooms with about 10 clothing items, all organized with their hangers and blah blah blah. As I mentioned, this place was one of those humongously big stores. Thus, I didn't really remember from where I'd taken all the items, and I'd rather take them back to the fitting rooms so these people who actually know where I got them from could return them to their places instead of leaving them anywhere. When I get back there, I mentioned to the new lady what the one from before had told me about returning the clothes there. She gives me a once-over while scowling at me and says, "Do you know how dressing rooms work?" I was honestly confused because yeah, I do. Then she proceeded to downsplain quite condescendingly how a dressing room worked. She said, "So when you buy clothes and want to know if they fit you, you come to the dressing rooms, you see if things fit you, and if not, then when you're going out, you give them to me and I return them to their place. If not, then those clothes are your responsibility." I was mad. What's the purpose of being rude? I smiled at her then and asked, "Can I try them on then, since that's how this place works?" The expression on her face was amazing. Of course, she couldn't say no to that, so I go inside with my clothes, and I'm back outside in less than 5 seconds. I simply tell her, "I didn't really like anything. Guess you'll have to put them back." It kind of makes me wonder if you're at some kind of store and you grab a bunch of clothes to try on, and you realize there's a lot of things you don't actually want. Should it be your responsibility to go and put all of these things back? Or is it ethical just to drop them all off there at the changing room station for them to figure out later? I know at least for myself, I obviously wouldn't want to have to go put them all back myself. And I imagine if you have customers try to do that, a lot of things probably won't make it back where they're supposed to go, so maybe it's for the best. That said, our final story of the day is from Bex K. Don't want me to ride on the pavement? Okay. This happened many years ago in Europe, where pavement is very common. Also, most, but not all streets have a bike lane. The law states that only children are allowed to ride their bicycles on the pavement. As a grown-up, you have to use the bike lane if there is one, or the street if there's no bike lane present. And of course, you have to ride on the correct side of the street. I was a somewhat lazy teenager. Even though I was using my bicycle every day whenever I needed to go anywhere, I wasn't very fond of abiding to the rules of the law. I used the pavement, rode the wrong way, even in one-way streets, and so on, but never to annoy or endanger anyone. To the story, I was riding my bicycle on the pavement because it was shorter this way, so this guy's turning around the corner and suddenly walking towards me. I'm still quite far away. Clearly, he didn't like me riding my bike on the pavement. He didn't say anything, but he lifted his arms with which he carried the groceries, just to look bigger and take more room, trying to force me to use the street. There would have been enough room for the both of us, but he wasn't going to let me pass easily. I get it, I was doing something that isn't allowed. Cue malicious compliance. I hopped off my bicycle and pushed it, which is totally legal to do. But now I'm walking next to my bicycle, and all of a sudden, there isn't enough room to pass each other easily. He was even more annoyed as he had to sway to walk past me. Apparently in a lot of these places, the age limit is like up to 10 or 12. Under that, you can ride on the pavement. Just in case anybody was wondering, well, wasn't a teen young enough to do so if it was kids only? Although I think it's easy to empathize with OP, I would hope most of us can agree that OP, I think, was literally breaking the law. I could imagine in a place that has a lot of foot traffic, you'd get pretty sick of people using the pavement for the bicycles. But with that being said, that's all the time we have for today. Now, if you want to hear another absolutely crazy compliance story, check out that video on the left. Or if you missed my latest video, check out that video on the right. That said, I'll see you all next time with some more stories.